Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems.
Yo. Yo. Whoa. What up, though? All right. Got a bunch of video to get to today. Don't really have any free content to get to. I think we'll just get right to the news. There's only a few articles to go through, and then we'll get into all the video. So this is a brief history of Boston Dynamics Robotics. I saw today. I thought was interesting. Starting in 1983 and going to 2023. You can see in real time the evolution. Not sure if there's any sound. There is. Okay. So we'll go ahead and pause the music. That's wild. That is absolutely wild. Like, I was 11, man. What up, there, one black guy? Again, I think that the Skynet hypothesis is wildly overblown. But this is how you get something. Not necessarily what people are prepared for. I mean, theoretically, we could have robots doing all the work and live in a society of abundance. We shall see. Everything else in the bookmarks? Oh, yeah, this was kind of weird. Yeah, it's going to be real challenging to figure out who the real people are. All right. VentureBeat. OpenAI. Hold on. Music. OpenAI launches web-crawling GPT bot, sparking blocking efforts by website owners and creators. Without fanfare or an official announcement, ChatGPT maker OpenAI launched a new website crawling bot this week for scanning website content to train its large language models. But after news of the bot broke, a revolt ensued as website owners and creators quickly traded tips on how to block GPT bot from scraping their site's data. When OpenAI added the GPT bot support page, it also introduced a way to block the service from scraping your website. Small modification to a website's robot.txt file would stop the content from being shared with OpenAI. However, due to how extensively the web is scraped otherwise, it's unclear if simply blocking GPTbot will completely stop content from being included in LLM training data. We periodically collect public data from the internet, which may be used to improve the capabilities, accuracy, and safety of future models. On our website, we provide instructions on how to disallow our collection bot from accessing a site. Web pages are filtered to remove sources that have paywalls, are known to gather personally identifiable information, or have text that violates our policies. Shortly after GPTbot's launch became public, OpenAI announced a $395,000 grant in partnership with NYU's Arthur L. Carter Journalism Institute. Led by former Reuters editor-in-chief Stephen Adler, NYU's Ethics in Journalism initiative aims to aid students in developing responsible ways to leverage AI in the news business. We are excited about the potential of the new Ethics in Journalism's initiative and very pleased to support its goal of addressing a broad array of challenges journalists face while striving to practice their profession ethically and responsibly, especially those related to the implementation of AI. This I thought was really interesting. We talked about how the H100 is the current standard of the AI industry, and NVIDIA already has a next gen Grace Hopper superchip, which is the GH200. The GH200 announced today is an update of the existing GH200 chip announced at the Computex show in May. We announced Grace Hopper recently, several months ago, and today we're announcing that we're going to give it a boost. Blah, 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 blah. Gets a boost from the world. What up, Sir Yogiwan? World's fastest memory, HBM3E. According to NVIDIA, the HBM3E memory is up to 50% faster than the HBM3 technology inside the current generation of GH200. So it's not even like you got your H100 and then you got your GH200, and this is an advance on the thing which isn't even the standard yet. With NVLink and the new dual GH200 server, both CPUs and GPUs in the system will be connected with a fully coherent memory interconnect. CPUs can see other CPUs' memory, GPUs can see other GPU memory, and of course the GPU can see CPU memory. As a result, the combined supersized super GPU can operate as one providing a combined 144 Grace CPU cores over 8 petaflops of compute performance with 282 gigabytes of HBM3E memory. And if you don't understand what that means, it means it's fast and it's powerful. Yeah, the next generation GH200 is expected to be available in the second quarter of 2024. So, like, as I've said, we're talking about not even like the cutting edge, but like what is the cutting edge of the cutting edge, the bleeding edge, if you will. Stability AI launches Stablecode, an LLM for code generation. Stability AI is well known for its stable diffusion text-to-image generation model, but that's not all the generative AI startup is interested in developing. Stability AI is now getting into code generation too. Announced the first public release of Stablecode. Stablecode is being made available at 3 different levels: a base model for general use cases, an instruction model, and a long context window model that can support up to 16,000 tokens. And again, a token is like 0.75 of a word. So 75% of a word is a way to think about it. The stablecode model benefits from an initial set of programming language from the open source Big Code project, with additional filtering and fine-tuning from Stability AI. Initially, stablecode will support development in the Python, Go, Java, JavaScript, C, Markdown, and C++ programming languages. What we would like to do with this kind of model is to do a similar thing as we did for Stable Diffusion, which is help everyone in the world to become an artist. We'd like to do the same thing with the stable code model, basically allow everyone that has a good idea and maybe has a problem to be able to write a program that would just fix that problem. This is the thing that I talk about where, like, I mean, to learn any of these programming languages will take you some amount of time, right? I just earlier this year learned like some Python. I have a general understanding of the way that Python works, right? It's a very good language, especially if you haven't done coding before. I think Python is very effective for that, because everything in it really makes sense, right? From once you understand how the language is like designed, I guess, then you can really understand like at least what is going on in there, if not like how to make things happen. Even though it, like, again, if you check out the Discord, you check out the coding section, there is a video in there which is actually out of date because of how quickly everything moves. But it's still a good video for getting started if you want to understand the way that Python works. And Free Code Camp offers an updated version, and I highly recommend at least getting an idea of what is going on. Make it a little less black box for you. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. As opposed to spending the time learning to code in Python and then figuring out how to code the particular thing that you need in Python, you'll be able to ask a bot to generate the code that you need in order to solve the particular issue that you're experiencing. And like as they develop the UI side of it, you're going to see it be even easier for people. Like there are programming languages that are like drag a block, make a little flowchart, drag another block, make a little flowchart that are very intuitive. And if you put the back end connected to the front end UI of making it that easy, then more people are going to be able to take advantage of it at the level that they need to take advantage of, right? You're going to have more people interacting with the technology, less people required to be specialists. Exclusive poll is from Axios. Americans distrust AI giants. Right? It is a survey of 1,001 U.S. registered voters taken July 18th to the 21st. I was not contacted, so yeah. Why don't you hit me up? How do U.S. adults say they feel about the growth in artificial intelligence? We got 7% mostly excited, 14% somewhat excited, and 16% totally neutral. Then we have 32% somewhat concerned and 30% mostly concerned. By the numbers, those polled prefer federal AI regulation over self-regulation by tech companies, with 82% saying they don't trust tech executives to regulate AI. 56% of voters support a federal agency regulating AI, compared to 14% who don't. Why it matters. Policy consensus is rare in today's polarized electorate, as is strong support for new federal regulation. The details: 62% of people said they were somewhat or mostly concerned about AI, compared to 21% who said they were somewhat or mostly excited about it among the 1,001 polled from July 18th to 21st. 72% prefer slowing down the development of AI, compared to just 8% who would rather speed it up. What up, Zero? 3 and 4 Democrats and Republicans alike believe artificial intelligence could eventually pose a threat to the existence of the human race. 86% believe AI could accidentally cause a catastrophic event. Oh, that sucks. I hope it all works out. Yes, but support for AI regulation doesn't mean voters in democracies trust their politicians and bureaucrats to get the rules right. The KPMG study found much lower confidence levels in government's ability to regulate AI in the US, 49%, Japan, 47%, in the UK, 45%, then China, 86%, India, 70%, and Singapore, 60%. These are strong, openly authoritarian countries, where these are more closed authoritarian countries, right? These also, I mean, you can't say capitalism because India loves capitalism, Singapore loves capitalism. Singapore is hardcore into capitalism. So it's not the capitalism, it's what do you think your government is able to do? And China, if China wants to act, China acts. If India wants to act, they mostly can just go ahead and act. And Singapore is fairly authoritarian. And then we got Edelman Trust Barometer Special Report 2022. That's 1,000 years ago, bruh. White House offers prize money for hacker thwarting AI. White House on Wednesday launched a competition offering millions of dollars in prize money for creating new artificial intelligence systems that can defend critical software from hackers. Competitors vying for some of the $18.5 million in prize money will need to design novel AI systems that can quickly find and fix software vulnerabilities in electric grids, subways, and other key networks that could be exploited by hackers. My Chatterino just says I'm offline. What up, Poodlehawk? I'm offline, but I'm picking up the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Chatterino was weird today. Like, I had to re-sign in. I don't know. But everything's good. No drop frames. Chat seems to be working fine, so we will proceed. So yeah, if you know anything about how to make an AI, there's money to be had. We have thousands of people, or will have thousands of people over 2.5 days, red teaming leading AI models to see how they stack up. In cybersecurity, there's always a race between offense and defense. We'll see the promise of AI in enabling defense to be one step ahead. And as always, because we're talking about cybersecurity, I am going to highly recommend that you follow my homie Computer. This is what Computer talks about. I actually got this article from Computer. This is from Old Lobster. Drop this in the Discord. Also, join the Discord if you're not in the Discord. If you want to stay up to date with all the stuff and in the community talking about this. Blah, 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 blah. But in the meantime, the fear over AI is leading to some crazy and sometimes unfortunate outcomes. Benji Smith, who created what appears to be an absolutely amazing tool for writers, Shakespeare, we'll go with Shakespeare, also created what looked like an absolutely fascinating tool called Prosecraft that had scanned and analyzed a whole bunch of books and would let you call up really useful data on books. He created it years ago based on an idea that he had years earlier, trying to understand the length of various books. When I ran out of books on my own shelves, I looked to the internet for more text that I could analyze, and I used web crawlers to find more books. I wanted to be mindful of the diversity of different stories, so I tried to find books by authors of every race and gender, from every different cultural and political background, writing in every different genre and exploring all different kinds of themes. This is how you build a goddamn data set. Respect. Fiction and nonfiction, and philosophy and science and religion and culture and politics. Somewhere out there on the internet, I thought to myself, there was a new author writing a horror or romance or fantasy novel, struggling for guidance about how long to write their stories, how to write more vivid prose, and how much passive voice was too much or too little. I wanted to give those budding storytellers a suite of lexicographic tools that they could use to compare their own writing with the writing of authors they admire. I've been working in the field of computational linguistics and machine learning for 20 plus years, and I was always frustrated that the fancy tools were only accessible to big businesses and government spy agencies. I wanted to bring that magic to everyone. Produced a useful analysis of books, such as this example from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. So it's 27,000 words, which is in the 4th percentile of all books in our library. 84% vividness, 53rd percentile. 808 on the passive voice, which is 51st percentile, so on and so forth. And then most passive page, most vivid page. This sounds great. This sounds like an excellent tool for writers. Let's get to the terrible part of it. Smith built Prosecraft into Shakespeare again, making it a more useful tool. But on Monday, some authors on the internet found out about it and lost their shit, leading Smith to shut the whole project down. There seemed to be a lot of misunderstanding about all of this. Smith notes that he had researched the copyright issues and was sure he wasn't violating anything, and he's right. We've gone over this many times before. Scanning books is pretty clearly fair use. What you do with that later could violate copyright law, but I don't see anything that Prosecraft did that comes anywhere even remotely close to violating copyright law. But some authors got pretty upset about it. You're telling me that people don't understand something and then lost their goddamn minds to the point where we lost something collectively? Shocked, I say. We got Zach Rosenberg, hunger as old as this land. How dare you at Benji Smith? I demand you take my book off your site immediately. I do not consent to this and never did, and I know my publisher never would. I'm still perplexed at what the complaint is here. You don't need to consent for someone to analyze your book. You don't need to consent to someone putting up statistics about their analysis of your book. But Zach's tweet went viral with a bunch of folks ready to blow up anything that smacks of Tech Bro AI, and lots of authors started yelling at Smith. Gretchen Felker Martin. I've just discovered that Manhunt has been uploaded to a content mining site so that it can be indifferently plagiarized by anyone who wants to feed it into their so-called AI. Right? Like, admittedly, we are taking that Benjamin Smith didn't do anything wrong, and that the author of this article is trustworthy in their analysis. So we do have two presuppositions there. But then the response, I bet he consented to any flat. Here's the thing, though, right? When I look at this, 99% vividness, that sounds like it's a very vivid novel. So that sounds like it is a very, like, you know, a good review of their novel. But they don't understand what is happening here. Gretchen doesn't understand what is happening here. And we're actually going to talk about fair use in the video section of today's episode. But yeah, people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All right, we got one more article, and then we'll get into the video section, because I want to get into that. The UK is ill-equipped to protect workers against pitfalls of AI. The Culture, Media, and Sport Select Committee has warned of risks not just to workers' jobs, but also their autonomy. A new report on connected tech published underlined the immense potential of the so-called fourth industrial revolution. And okay, so in another indicator of things that I'm seeing, more people are getting on board with referring to it as the fourth industrial revolution. Right? Where we were back when we started this show, this journey, which was I don't know, January. So 8 months ago, people are finally there. Like at least like a mainstream section of thought is there. So yay, we're only 8 months behind. And I was behind when I started. Amazon proudly told the committee that its use of tech in its fulfillment centers had reduced the physical burden on employees, reducing walking time and taking on repetitive tasks, and freed them up to focus on more sophisticated tasks beyond the scope of automation. Yet Amazon employees have made clear that the arrival of high-tech monitoring in their working lives has not come as a blessed relief from monotony, but has led to a grinding intensification of their job. Far from being freed up by robots, they feel they are increasingly being expected to measure up to them. And the potential impact extends well beyond the warehouse. Recent iterations of generative AI are already being put to use in a wide range of fields, not just monitoring and directing workers, but remaking their roles altogether. Dr. Matthew Cole warned the Select Committee that technological transformation would probably lead to a change in task composition and a de-skilling of many roles as complex tasks are broken up into simpler ones.
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are...
What up, Paradigm? What up, Raiders? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Though you're probably still in pre-roll for the next 15 seconds. What up, MILF? Welcome to my house.
The potential and the peril here.
Ah, I spelled it wrong. Ignore that. Ignore it. I'm doing it manually. This is why I need automation. There we go. That one. Chad, if you're not following the paradigm shift, why are you not following the paradigm shift? One, you can often find me in the paradigm shift, and also paradigm is we're like there. We are homies. Are you talking shit, Zero? Are you talking shit about paradigm? I'll ban you in 2 chats. I'll ban you in multiple chats. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. You're all right. To the Raiders just coming in, welcome. I'm Globus. Yeah, most of you probably know me. We talk about AI, robotics, automation, and the future. And we are just finishing up an article, and then we're going to get into some video content. So stick around for the video content. No, tell me, who the fuck are you? Who are you? Ooh, 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 ooh. I really want to know. What up, Professor Q? All right. So let's knock this out, and then we can get to the video stuff. And unlike consumers who can decide for themselves whether or not to install a smart speaker or an internet-enabled fridge, workers' contractual relationship with their employer makes it harder to opt out. Mulling the question of high-tech workplace surveillance, the committee alights on a principle that has been espoused by trade unions. The monitoring of employees in smart workplaces should be done only in consultation with and with the consent of those being monitored. Is ultimately what happened at Royal Mail, where the CW union and management have now agreed limits on how the data collected by handheld tracking devices for posties can be used, after clashing publicly over the issue before a separate parliamentary committee earlier this year. So, and for those of you, the UK is a decent bellwether of how technology is going to be integrated. They are much more of a surveillance state than the United States, a public surveillance state than the United States is. Like, if you watch any BBC cop shows or anything else like that, you'll see, like, they are always accessing the CCTV cameras because they're everywhere and shit like that. And they're even more hostile to protesters than we are, except actually with the boots on the ground. They're the United States still wins with the, riot cops. The Culture, Media, and Sport Select Committee suggests the government should clarify the role of the Health and Safety Executive in policing the use of surveillance technologies. But that seems quite a stretch from the watchdog's traditional role. And the high-tech surveillance of staff is just one aspect of the complex transformation that's underway in many workplaces, often with little scrutiny or redress. So, it'll be interesting to see how much more AI comes up in union talks into other labor talks. All right.
YouTube employees.
Okay, we're not going to watch this full Tom Scott video, but we did recently talk about what constitutes fair use. And like what you can do, what you can't do, and how it is really, really subjective. My understanding is it's fair use is decided on like a case by case basis. Like there are like what we would call guidelines, but not necessarily like rules. I can imagine because because of that lack of rules. Yeah. Because of the lack of rules and rather just guidelines, it is prone to misinterpretation and Dunning-Kruger out the ass. But we're going to let Tom tell us a little bit about it. We're not going to watch this whole thing. It's just in this early... Where was it? This part.
Music has two main copyrights. First, there's the copyright on the composition itself, all the parts of a work that can be written down. So, lyrics and notes. And then second, there's a copyright on each individual recorded performance. So I can sit here and I can play Pachelbel's Canon in D without having to pay any licensing fees, because Pachelbel died in 1706 and his work is now in the public domain, in the pool of works where the copyright has expired. His music is now free for anyone to use without payment and without credit, which is brilliant. But if I'm not playing it, I'm actually using a modern recording of it, then it doesn't matter that the composition is in the public domain. Someone has added their own hard work playing it, along with the work of a production team making it sound good, and that recording is under a separate copyright that needs licensing to use in a video like this. Songwriter after songwriter after songwriter has used Pachelbel's Canon in D to the extent that it's now a cliche, and no one's had to pay Pachelbel or his family a penny in centuries. But that doesn't mean any of the modern songs based on it are in the public domain. There is new work there, and I can't use those modern songs in this video to demonstrate that unless I'm actually criticising them. On that point, Maroon 5's Memories is an infuriating composition that uses the start of the melody of Canon in D but never resolves it, which means that it has the same stuck-in-your-head effect as the jingle from Alfred Bester's The Demolished Man, and I hate it. Coolio See You When You Get There was a lukewarm lead single from a third album that obviously did far better with a naive world audience than it ever did with its actual target market. There's a reason it went platinum in New Zealand. And The Farms All Together Now is actually a pretty good song despite the incongruity between its subject matter and its style, but it's been completely destroyed by repetitive and unnecessary cover versions and football chants. Criticism and review, there we go. That is the sort of thing that's considered fair use under US law and fair dealing under the much more strict UK law. But I had to censor the album art of those songs because I wasn't criticising and reviewing the art, and the art is covered under separate copyright. In 2009, Andy Bio, then one of the directors of Kickstarter, released an 8-bit chiptune version of the best-selling jazz album of all time, Miles Davis' Kind of Blue. He got a license from the music publisher, he called it Kind of Bloop. It was all above board. But he settled out of court for more than $30,000 with Jay Maisel, the photographer who took the iconic photograph on the original album cover. Kind of Bloop's album art was a pixelated version of that album cover. Bio thought it was fair use. Maisel said it wasn't, and Maisel had lawyers. To quote Bio, "The fact that I settled is not an admission of guilt. This was the least expensive option available."
And this is like, you want to talk about areas in which people are out of their depth and speak with a great deal of authority. It is anything related to civil law, right? Like, that there are people who believe that just because you file a civil suit that means anything at all. It means absolutely nothing. Literally, you can file any civil suit you want. Anything. You can file anything. It's just once it gets in front of any kind of scrutiny that it has to like begin to hit measures of things like standing, right? You have to be the person affected in order to have your lawsuit proceed forward. When the recent case that led to the removal of affirmative action from colleges, such as it is, they needed someone with standing to be the basically like the face of the lawsuit, right? And that is becoming, unfortunately, more and more common, even to the point where there was the one lawsuit, and I don't have the exact details, so forgive me, but that recently got ruled on by the Supreme Court, where the person didn't even do the thing that they said. It was just like basically a hypothetical, but it was able to be just enough to get by, those burdens. One thing that people talk about in relation to Trump in the election was about how there were like 40 lawsuits filed by Trump et al., the wedding website, you got it. The Trump et al., where they were talking about like that they were suing, and the judges won't even hear it. It's because except for the one lawsuit that actually got somewhere, all the other lawsuits, they didn't have standing, right? And that's key, is to have standing. So filing a lawsuit doesn't mean anything. Even winning a lawsuit doesn't necessarily mean anything. It means that you convinced the jury, right? The collection of people who were there to basically vote on whether or not you deserve something, like that these people were wrong. It doesn't necessarily have to be proven. You just have to convince these people. You see this often when you see lawsuits around glyphosate, the Roundup shit, right? And the Roundup caused cancer, and so they had to pay a penalty or whatever the fuck it was, but they didn't prove that it caused cancer, right? And there's all sorts of, like what recently happened with the aspartame shit, is like, if you actually dig into the study, then there's an excessive amount of aspartame required in order to hit that bar where you get cancer. But if you can use something as a basis for a legal case, then you might be able to get a payout. And that happens way too often in civil suits. The fact that I settled is not an admission of guilt. This is another thing, is like, you can choose to settle, especially if you're going up against a bigger dog. You might not want to invest the time and money into the process of carrying on the lawsuit just to be proven correct. You might just take the settlement, least expensive option, and call it good. I look at this, when I look at this picture versus that pixelation, if you didn't tell me they were the same thing, I would be like, oh, I guess I see it, But those seem far enough apart for me that I would not see that. And there's a great deal of lawsuits that have happened within the music industry related to auditory things in that context, where people have sued and won because it was close enough to something that they had done for that jury, to lean in their favor.
Because copyright lawyers and copyright lawsuits are very, very expensive. Expensive enough that isn't the album cover. That is a stock photo that looks kind of like the album cover, because I am taking no risks. I don't know if that pixel art was fair use. If someone took your greatest work, ran it through a pixelation filter, and then sold it, I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to think you've been ripped off. The line of fair use is very fuzzy, and both sides can have very strong and conflicting arguments. That's the job of the courts to solve, if both sides can afford it. And there wasn't even a music video involved there. That is a whole separate problem. There is something called a compulsory license for selling and performing just music. But if you want to publish a video to go with someone else's song, even if it's just a video of you performing it on a ukulele in your bedroom, that requires a separate synchronization license. And the copyright holder has an absolute right to say no to that. YouTube has always had a lot of people uploading cover songs, singing and performing the music that they love, and hoping they'll get noticed by talent scouts, not by lawyers. A lot of modern pop singers got their start on YouTube, but the legal baseline for doing that outside the YouTube bubble, if you just filmed yourself and put it up somewhere else online, well, the baseline is that you'd have to pay for an expensive license, or you get sued and you lose. Or more likely, you get a cease and desist letter, you pay a bit of money to make the lawyers go away, and you drop out of the music industry disillusioned. And you can't get away with it by changing the lyrics. A parody is probably not fair use unless you're directly criticizing the original, and even then it's questionable. Weird Al Yankovic, the most popular parody artist in history, licenses the songs that he parodies. There are lots
And this is the crux of the issue as far as I am concerned, as it relates to what I do, right? That what all of us do. We throw around words like transformative, or in my case, educational, right? Like when I play a video, whether it's the entire video or a chunk of a video, what have you, I'm doing it with I am like Weird Al. We're almost entirely the same, other than the fact that he does actually license everything that he does and I don't, which is the point I'm getting to. We are probably violating a whole bunch of copyright laws, and not just me, all of us. It's just no one involved, or very rarely does someone involved want to push that button. And I don't mean just the creators. I mean the the companies, the big companies, the people with the money. Like there's the thing about DMCA, right? Like, but how often does DMCA actually happen? I'm currently talking to 10 documented people, probably another 5 who are lurking in Chatterino and bots, maybe even another 10. Because if I bring up the list, there's like twice as many people. Hi. But it is what it is, right? Like that is not my concern. The big people who do it, now there starts to be some question. But like the NFL is one of those groups who is like, they will hammer you. And they didn't come after Aiden Ross. Right? The man watched, what was the Super Bowl playoffs, something on stream. Nothing happened. Which to me is still bizarre, right? Like, hey, as far as I know, they didn't. If you've got something, I'll take a look at it. And I will, and MILF, you don't know me, but like, if I'm wrong and you can show me I'm wrong, then I'll just take the L and we'll move the fuck on. Like, I prefer to be educated and right rather than, or correct. I would rather be correct than right. So yeah, like when we do stuff, like your favorite streamer is probably running music that they are not authorized to do. We skirt around the whole bunch of YouTube, which is filled with people playing music that they don't have any rights to, but nothing happens because no one wants to pull that thread, as far as I can tell. If it's enough where you start making people look bad, then you might see it. But you can even like the whole anime music video genre. Right? You can take somebody's song, take somebody else's cartoon, smash those two things together, and put them on the internet. And probably no one's going to say anything. And it happens a lot. But it doesn't mean that you're playing by the rules. You're not adhering to the law. You know about you? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh no, well, welcome. We got a lot. But make sure you join the Discord too. We got everything is in the Discord. Every video, every article goes into the Discord after a stream. I mean, isn't the line "Be gay, do crimes"? Right? You know my personal opinions regarding copyright.
Lots of lengthy law journal articles asking whether he needs to, but It's better safe than sorry. And yeah, I wouldn't fancy his chances if it actually went to court.
And when we talked about this the other day, it was like there are people on YouTube of indeterminate veracity, but they talk about producing music, and they say that the way that you roll is that you make your song, and if you sample, you do a thing, you let it run, and if it fails, then nobody's gonna say shit. And if it succeeds, then you probably have enough money to pay for the license at that time. But you wait for somebody to say something. And what does this all have to do with AI? This is all the stuff about the OpenAI and all the other companies using art, using books, using content that they found on the internet to do what we do on a daily basis. It's just that they're the big guys and we're the little guys. And people seem to be real comfortable when it's the little guys doing it to the big guys and not the other way around. Which is fine. I understand it. But where does your line go? What defines a big guy? How much money do you have to make? Do you have to be a company? Do you have to have a CEO? Do you have to make 1 million, 10 million, 100 million? Where is your line? Because that's part of what we're talking about.
The worst case scenario of doing an unlicensed song parody on YouTube is that you get sued and you lose. Because under current copyright law, you are in the wrong. I'm not saying that's how it should be. I'm saying that's how it is. And most people won't.
Right? And that is an important point. Some people get upset when I talk about the way that things are. I'm not talking about what I think it should be. I'm talking about the way that things are and being as consistent as you can across the board. Because some people don't care if they're consistent, and that's fine, as long as you're aware that you're being inconsistent. Because if you are going to be inconsistent, you are going to run into problems. I prefer to try and be consistent wherever possible.
Have the money to even start to defend a case like that. Now, YouTube has a workaround for this, Content ID. I'll get to that later. And if you're not actually using the original piece, if you're just reminding the viewer of it, just getting close enough in your parody, then you're probably in the clear. YouTube creators who change just the lyrics of songs to do parodies often say, oh, but it's transformative, it's fair use, it's for criticism, they can't claim copyright over it, they're making a false claim. And look, if you're taking a Katy Perry song and changing the words to be about something other than criticizing Katy Perry or the song itself, it's likely not fair use. The same way that big movie companies can't take small songwriters' work, change the lyrics, and put the result in movies without paying and say, oh, but it's transformative, it's fair use, look, we changed the lyrics. And it may seem unfair that the law...
Because that's the argument all these motherfuckers make. It's transformative. What does that mean? What is the number to be transformative? People don't even know. How much do I have to pause this video in order to make it transformative and add my own commentary? Does it matter that Tom Scott is a huge creator by comparison to me? There aren't any rules. Or at least what we're doing, the rules that we're playing by are not the rules. The rules are written down somewhere. And as far as I can tell, the rules say we can't do any of this. And yet here we are. All of us. You too.
Holds kids on YouTube messing around to more or less the same legal standard as Hollywood studios. In public opinion, there is definitely a big difference there. People smile at small creators taking content from big companies well outside fair use, but never the other way round. And that's the reason that some small-time reaction YouTuber can take a 5-second clip from a movie and use it for a cheap punchline, even if it's not criticism and review.
Like, if you hit that follow button, if you have subscribed to this channel, you have seen Johnny Olives pop up to be my sound alert. Now, I have a whole video where I criticize Johnny Olives and his AI episode, as far as I'm concerned, like just straight aping my content. I have no way to prove that. I'm not even saying that it's necessarily true. There's a certain amount of tongue in cheek to go along with that. It just feels weird. And what up, old lobster? If you are part of Johnny Olive's team, hi. Just like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna sue Johnny Olives? Come on. So, is my use of those clips, because I've expressed a contextual opinion about Johnny Olives, that, like, is each of them a commentary and a criticism of, like, because I express this idea of him stealing my work, then I steal his in response, and so there's commentary there. But is it really? Like, we haven't gone to court, we haven't established the lines. He doesn't even know I exist, I guarantee it. Like, at best, a member of his staff would have watched my thing. And the only reason I say any of that is because I look all the time, and there's nobody on Twitch who does an AI program.
But I'm damn sure if a movie studio took a clip of a reaction channel's video and used it in a film without permission, there would be lawyers lining up to take the case.
Yeah, you're right. This is my content. I own it. You hear that, Disney? Right. Remember, tomorrow I'm reacting to the new Star Wars trailer.
Maybe there should be different treatment there. But in current copyright law, there isn't.
And that's it. The video will be in the Discord if you want to watch the rest of it, but that was the only part that I wanted to reference.
Say for the sake of argument.
Alright Playbook, Innuendo Studios dropped a couple short videos. I'm not a fan of the short videos. I understand why. I understand that they're easier to do, faster to produce. You take the two of them together, they're like 10 minutes, 12 minutes. But like, I feel like I was just getting into it and then it ended. So I did pre-watch this one. The reason that I'm playing this particular joint is because this is, like, he uses it as a critique of the right wing. I use it as a critique. I think you can apply this argument to people on all parts of the political spectrum. I say there are no simple solutions to complex problems, but there are a lot of people of all political leanings who feel otherwise. That there are simple solutions to complex problems. They spout that simple solution and then they just move the fuck on without, like, really analyzing what the thing that they're saying means.
And you're 12 or 13, it's the mid-90s, and you're sitting across the table from your conservative aunt at a family reunion. This aunt will, a decade from now, become a Tea Partier. And you have, you sweet, innocent child, brought up the subject of evolution being too young to know it's politicized, and your aunt has not taken well to it. She goes on one of her classic tirades, dismissing the very concept of evolution as patently ridiculous, dropping a quote that will stick with you for ages. "You can't get snakes from chicken eggs." And you do your best to explain with your limited knowledge base that, yeah, you can only get a snake from a snake egg, but that snake is going to be a little different from its parents, and the next snake will be a little different from its parents, and you multiply that by a few million generations, and you might have something very different from that original snake. Maybe something...
And real quick, tangentially related to this, about the topic of, debate folks in general, debate is not a sport for the internet. I don't care what you think you are accomplishing. Really? Like, you're honing your craft in public, and your poor execution of a particular argument is worse, in my opinion. I can go fuck myself, I already hear you. But your poor execution of a particular argument is worse than not having the argument at all. Right? You not taking on a particular debate, no matter how righteous you think you are, no matter how effective at discourse and rhetoric you think you are, if you are not playing the game according to the rules, you're going to do more damage to your side's idea than not engaging at all. Like, literally, your best bet in a debate should just be to show up and start making fun of everyone's parentage and yelling, and just being just whatever insults you can hurl them. Make that person cry if you can. You want to talk about... My mom didn't say shit, and you know why. If you, talk about a well-structured argument that takes some amount of time and nuance to understand, and the other person can respond with a one-word line that makes you look stupid in any way, then you've damaged your argument. Agreed, MILF. We are... What up, Big Lou? Yeah, you get it. Moving on.
With legs, or that can breathe underwater, or see better in the dark. And your aunt stares you dead in the eye and repeats, as if you hadn't said anything, "You can't get snakes from chicken eggs." So this is an ego-saving maneuver in which a complex truth is rejected in favor of simplicity. Your aunt has a statement which is true, though non sequitur to the argument at hand. And after your explanation...
And this is also, pause Champ Andy, get at me. Why I reject off jump 99% of metaphors. Right? People... Your metaphor is garbage. Because it's not a metaphor in a way that, it has a one-to-one relevancy to whatever it is we're talking about. It is you are using a different thing to try and win an argument. And you're just making shit up and throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. Get fucked. Your arguments, your metaphors are terrible.
Of how genetics work on long timelines, she repeats her original statement to herself, and it still feels true. It's the belief that the truth is easily recognized, and that it's always simple, because the world is simple, and if you can't explain it to me like I'm 5, then you're probably wrong or making things up. This heuristic is very hard to argue with. You've heard the same aunt claim that the hole in the ozone layer is caused by sunspots. Now, we've talked about the mimetic power of statements that are short, quippy, and wrong, and this is a fine example. You might feel the correct response is a statement that is short, quippy, and correct. But here's the conundrum. The truth is, the hole in the ozone layer is caused by chlorofluorocarbons. Not only is that a more complex sentence, it's a more complex idea. If the ozone hole is caused by sunspots, then it's probably been happening for billions of years. It's not caused by humans, and we don't have to do anything about it. It's reassuring, and tells folks all they need to know without further questions. But the truth of how aerosols deplete ozone is more complex, not least because even without knowing the science of it, it implies there's a problem we should do something about. Ultraviolet light makes CFCs release chlorine into the stratosphere where it bonds with ozone, converting it into oxygen and chlorine monoxide, neither of which do what ozone does to protect us from the sun. There may be people who can explain that more simply than I just did, but there is a floor to how simple the truth can be and still be the truth. Falsehoods don't have that. There is no limit to how simple an idea can be when it doesn't have to conform to reality. You play the game of who's got the simplest argument, liars win every time. You can't get much simpler than sunspots. But if you can convince people that the world is...
And what does this have to do with AI? We just looked at the article about how people are authors who did not understand what was happening had very strong opinions about what was happening. This is common on the internet. I would say I am comfortable making up a percentage of 90% of the people who, you see what I did? The people who talk about, and again, I support artists. Artists need to eat. I take it one step back and solve the initial conditions. Like, we should all be fighting collectively for at least 80% of all statistics are made up on the spot. We should be taking it one step back, and we should provide for the material conditions of all people. And then a lot of these arguments that we get into about AI and art and AI and authorship and AI and whatever turn into aesthetic arguments rather than substantive ones. But a lot of people out there have very strong opinions on what they think they know the AI is doing with the art and how it creates it and how it does what it does. And they don't. You just straight don't fucking know.
Complex, then simplistic explanations
And it exactly. And this is why I don't just describe this to the right. Right? Because it is a human condition that it is easier to just believe something to the death than it is to learn. And people will fight to defend that not knowing, but feels right.
Across the board become suspect. It might be too late to do that with your aunt, but maybe there's still hope for your cousins. If you're wondering what they do when confronted with something they cannot deny is complicated, well, you did that. You or someone like you took their simple world and overcomplicated it. All the conspiracy theories and finger-pointing and screenshots they'd squiggled MS Paint over, all of that is the story of how you overcomplicated the world. It fills in the gap between the simplicity of the world they believe in and the unambiguous complexity of the one in which we live. And yes, that story is at least as complex as the truth you're trying to tell them. And no, it doesn't make any sense. But that's a detail. Because the moral of that story is incredibly simple. It is this way because some people made it this way, and all the right has to do is take the power back from those people and things will be simple again. This is their version of A Wizard Did It.
And again, there's nothing incorrect about this video. I just think it could be expanded to include more groups of people.
Twitter.
Why are we talking about Republican Twitter? See the segue?
Twitter's early success was its proximity to celebrity, fame, and power. Celebrities used Twitter to spread their brand, and they usually had someone to do it for them. Chris Evans does not follow you on Twitter. Chris Evans's social media manager follows you on Twitter. Politicians used Twitter to repeat talking points that were discussed and agreed upon in small caucus meetings and telephone conferences among party leaders. Only a handful of prominent politicians are actually typing their tweets with their own thumbs and with their own phones, and it's usually politicians with no impulse control. Everyone else has someone else. Political tweets exploded in the 2010s. Twitter reacted to these tweets as if the politicians themselves were shooting from the hip with improvised, passionate, personal tweets. And under this false impression, users retweeted these talking points, becoming unpaid volunteers for one of the two major political parties in the United States. Politicians and their staffs, mostly their staffs, started taking Twitter seriously. Twitter's microblog format and character limit made it the perfect soundbite delivery system. Short, punchy quips that purposefully lack context that would allow people to refute them. Twitter became the town hall for politics. Not everyone was actually on Twitter, but that did not matter because local and cable news would report on tweets. Its actual user base was less significant than how it was reported. Voters.
And do you see how that's related to the previous video? Again, across all party lines. The idea that you will fire off, you will retweet, and I'm talking to you, because you probably done it. You saw a tweet that felt right and felt good, and you did zero effort to actually look into whether or not it was true. I've done it. I've had to go back and eat crow because I did that. So now I take more time. There's a thing that's been happening, and it could have been happening for quite some time, and I don't know if it was. It seems to be more prominent now, but people are posting headlines without any of the context, where it's from, what. You fact check yourself, baby. It is not up to me to police the internet. This is a hard lesson I had to learn in the Facebook wars. It is not up to me to police the internet. But you'll just see the headline, and they'll clip out the fact where it's from, what website might have, posted it, the fact that it might be an opinion piece, whatever, and then they will broad brush an entire political segment to make a point. And I don't like it. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. Old man yells at clouds time, but dropping all that context. This is why we do the media literacy. If this is your first time here, we do media literacy when we go over the articles, right? We determine, is this an opinion piece? If it's an opinion piece, we have to weight it accordingly. Is it we did 3 articles from VentureBeat earlier today. VentureBeat is a website that talks about like investment opportunities. So we have to weight that accordingly. Every one of these has a flavor of a sales pitch to it. Is this from, the New York Times, which at least has some semblance of credibility, or is it from Bob's website of doom and death, Republican libtard die 2024 Trump, whatever, right? Like, all those things are important. And people will just fire off that tweet because it sounds right. It feels good. People will take something which is attributable to an anonymous source and use it as a basis for an argument and get that out there. And if you don't think that's a problem, okay. But then there's all sorts of caveats that you have to include every time you hold anyone accountable for anything. Because you have ceded all that ground. I don't care if it's true. I only want my enemies to be punished. Globus, you're doing a slippery slope. Dude.
Voters without Twitter accounts still learned about its goings-on and still felt its effects. Ordinary users got invested. Twitter politicos who gained enough of a following were eventually retweeted and followed by politicians' accounts, earning themselves credibility. It allowed journalists greater access to politicians, but it also allowed pseudo-journalists the same level of access. It benefited politicians to befriend these ordinary Twitter users too. This symbiotic relationship allowed fringe memers and posters a seat at the table, and nothing was ever the same again. Politicians.
And this is how we ended up with fucking Nick Fuentes at Capitol Hill on January 6th with a megaphone. This is how we ended up with Marjorie Taylor Greene at Nick Fuentes' little American Hate Fest.
Started spreading conspiracy theories that you previously could only find on your uncle's Facebook, and politicians became more hostile and uncivil because that was the format that people responded to. If you have ever wondered why political discourse in the United States now resembles political discourse on social media, now you know. On the Democrat side, party line towers like the host of Mueller, She Wrote, could get invited to the White House. On the Republican side, far-right provocateur Nick Fuentes could get invited to Mar-a-Lago, even after he became a non-factor on Twitter.
I will attempt to be quieter. I'm a little bit animated, obviously, and a little bit up on the mic. The video is as loud as I can make it.
Conservatives and even far-right Twitter politicos could gain status through association with the Republican Party. The 21st century far-right resurgence was born on the internet. Liberals could gain status through association with the mainstream Democratic Party, but the actual left could not, because there is no leftist party in the United States to endorse leftist accounts. Twitter was more helpful to the right than the center because the Democrats don't move far from the center, but Republicans could adopt garden variety conservative Twitter accounts and far-right Twitter accounts. The far right has advanced so far because it has been adopted by the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party can't fight it because it refuses to adopt the actual left. Liberalism cannot fight fascism. By 2017, Republicans could routinely retweet racist, homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic memes with little pushback because the Overton window had shifted. Before Donald Trump was the 45th president, he was the world's most successful Twitter troll, making anti-Semitic jabs at liberal mainstays like Jon Stewart and racist jabs at then-President Barack Obama. When Trump was sworn in as president, not in spite of his behavior but because of it, the window of acceptability changed in American politics. Many have argued that without Twitter, Trump would not have been able to spread his right-wing, reactionary brand in the lead-up to his presidential campaign announcement. In other words, without Twitter, Trump would not have become president. But he did become president, and the modern form of Republican Twitter was born. For the uninitiated, every significant topic, interest, and demographic on Twitter uses this naming convention. These corners have no lines of demarcation nor official status. They exist through informal thought leaders, hashtags, and common topics. The modern form of Democrat Twitter was codified by opposition to Trump, a resist hashtag, and talking points retweeted by Democratic politicians. It's pretty obnoxious, and if you want to learn more, I already made a video on Democrat Twitter. To summarize, Democrat Twitter is where they say, "Hillary warned us," as if her opposition to Donald Trump in 2016 was clairvoyant. She was the Democratic nominee. It would have been more remarkable if she did not say that Trump would be a bad president. You know who else warned us about Trump? Millions upon millions of Americans. Anyway, that's Democrat Twitter in a nutshell. Republican Twitter is characterized by an endless barrage of misinformation, unfunny and offensive memes, and the weirdest and worst personalities on the platform. Republican Twitter, much like the real-world Republican Party, is even worse than its Democratic counterpart. Republican Twitter has been changing lately, for the worse. Without Donald Trump, the right needed a new Twitter savior, and a gaggle of losers and thousands of bots elected Elon Musk as their new God King. Musk flirted with purchasing Twitter for some dishonest reason or another, and when he tried to back out because he was never actually planning to do it, he couldn't, and he was forced to purchase it. Now, the worst possible Twitter user owns Twitter, and every...
You and me both. You and me both. Elon is like... If y'all think it's bad dealing with, like, Trump stands, being a leftist trying to cover artificial intelligence and, like, we have never talked on this channel about ethical altruism. And if I can avoid it, we never will. It is hard out here. It is so hard. And it is doubly hard because nobody likes me. Right? The leftists don't like me because AI is stealing the jobs, it's stealing the art, I'm standing CEOs or some shit by observing reality, all that kind of crap. And the centrists don't like me because I don't like ethical altruism and I don't stand their personal heroes. And oh my God, there are so many. Like, Elon is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to, like, personal heroes and crap. And then the right doesn't like me because, like, I don't stand capitalism and all that kind of crap. So I also understand why no one talks about AI on Twitch. It's just your boy. And it's important to understand that observing reality as it exists is not me taking a centrist position, because I don't have a centrist position. I've clearly laid it out on numerous occasions. I do not have a centrist position. I have to look at what these people do within their own environment. Right? You can't take a lion and put it in a zoo and then study lions. You have to go to where the lions live to study lions. Or cockroaches. Whatever metaphor is going to make you happy and think that I'm not standing. I don't know why you would think that. Because my line begins at anti-capitalism. And feeding everyone, providing for everyone's basic needs. I can't tell when you're memeing. I know you got ways. Anyways, it's rough out here.
Everything is worse on the platform than it was before. As explained by Nilay
Got
Patel,
him.
editor-in-chief of The Verge, you f***ed up real good, kiddo. Twitter is a disaster clown car company that is successful despite itself, and there is no possible way to grow users and revenue without making a series of enormous compromises that will ultimately destroy your reputation and possibly cause grievous damage to your other companies.
I'm anti-capitalism because I believe that capitalism at this point in time serves as a bottleneck rather than a facilitator. The requirement of people to make profit is now doing a disservice. We have solved the problems that capitalism was ostensibly designed to satisfy and resolve. So therefore, it should now change into the next form. Right? I think we are far too far away from where a regulated form of capitalism could even be created. That makes sense.
I say this with utter confidence because the problems with Twitter are not engineering problems.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get derailed into a discussion on whether or not free markets actually exist, actually ever exist, and actually can exist, because the answer that I have to all those questions is no. They just don't. You cannot have a free market without regulation to prevent monopoly. And yeah, it's right. And like free-ish markets, you don't require capitalism to have free-ish markets either. Free-ish markets existed before capitalism. Capitalism acts as a wealth extractor and a limiter at this point in time. Yeah, it's like it's complex, but it doesn't do what it claims to do, and it doesn't do what the people who are in favor of it claims it does either. And everyone will have, their reasons why such and such a thing doesn't work, because, one side will say, oh, we need more free market capitalism, in spite of the fact that here we are, we're getting derailed into a conversation about capitalism. But whoever has the most money can buy out all the competition or hoard the resources that are being sold under a completely free system. So then it is not by nature free. Then if you regulate it, now it is not by that nature free. So none of these things work. Like there's no place and time in which you could even have a free market. there is some actor who is going to accumulate more in their own self-interest, or you are going to have to do regulation and restriction to the point where a free market is not a thing that is happening. So it's not, it doesn't even, we can't even get to the point where we can talk about free, yes, I know, free markets, because you can't have free markets. They are incapable of existing.
They are political problems. Twitter, the company, makes very little.
And speaking of which, we're related to Twitter and everything else. So this is one of, like, we talk about blue checks, right? Like, oh, blue checks, block all blue checks and like that. And one, if you're talking about AI on Twitter, you're a blue check because you bought into the idea, and demonstrably so. The fact that the blue checks appear first in the responses is a return on investment for people who pay that $8 a month. I do not pay the $8 a month. I am not a blue check. I'm not going to pay for Twitter. There were greater taxation, regulation of markets to prevent monopoly. Product safety, would that not be capitalism by your definition? I mean, no. And I'm going to move on. I appreciate you've come in good faith, and I don't, like, you have acted in good faith, and I respect that. You know what I mean? And I want to give you at least some reward for good behavior. That's the thing, is like, then why even have capitalism? If we're going to regulate the markets and do all those things, then why should we even do capitalism? Like, what is the benefit at that point? Let's just do something different. But blue checks receive a return on investment. They pay their $8 a month. They are now the first people. They get enhanced ability to be seen by more people, all the things. What is Elon's, let's say Elon, let's take him at his word. What is his incentive to change things back to the way that they used to be? He is more incentivized to continue to plow forward on his current trajectory with the hope that this turns into something than it would be to try and turn around at this point. Because a bunch of people are already gone. A bunch of advertisers are already gone. They will not be coming back. So there's a self-reinforcing loop that is happening on Twitter. And what gets the most engagement? Enragement. Like, we've done this. Everyone should know this. So, him reinstating all these accounts of terrible people feeds into his ability to keep eyes on it longer. And someone is going to advertise. You see, if you're on Twitter, you've seen the advertisement. They're hot fucking garbage. They're weird accounts that, like, you should not be clicking on that link. Right? It's sussy as shit. But he's got something. And he's continuing in that direction. And he's got a huge ego. And he really seems to believe he's as smart as he thinks he is. And that in and of itself creates its own set of problems, regardless of him being a billionaire. You have to accept the possibility that what you believe is incorrect. Free markets creates a pressure for competitors. Again, there's no free markets. Competitors to more efficiently and cheaper meet demands of customers, but they don't. Right now, they do not do that. That's not the way that any of it works. Build better products. They don't do that either. and sell at a lower price. I know in some categories they sell at a lower price. Generally speaking, they don't do that though. If we eliminate free-ish markets, we end up funding people who do not effectively provide services. That's what we do now. I believe, and to answer your bottom question there, maybe AI will enable planned economies.
Interesting technology.
One day. That is 100%, you're new here, but I built up a structure of cyber socialism using, as reference point, CyberSyn, which was a project in Chile where they used an algocracy to distribute resources. This is the same type of algorithm that Amazon and Walmart use to distribute resources. We already have a great deal of infrastructure in place. It could definitely be improved, don't get me wrong. But we have a bunch of infrastructure in place to distribute those resources efficiently. And the algorithm, because of how successful Amazon and Walmart have been using the algorithm, we know that the algorithm is an effective way to distribute resources, so we can use the algorithm just without the capitalist bottleneck. Oh, I do not work for Skynet. Again, Skynet was weak.
The tech stack is not the valuable asset. The asset is the user base, hopelessly addicted politicians, reporters, celebrities, and other people who should know better but keep posting anyway. You, Elon Musk, are addicted to Twitter. You're the asset. You just bought yourself for $44 billion. Most relevant to the topic of Republican Twitter, Musk lifted the suspensions of nearly every right-wing provocateur that was previously banned from the platform. To allow himself some cover, he also brought back some liberal comedian, but the real move was populating Twitter with people who might support him and shake things up. Hundreds of far-right, QAnon, and otherwise bigoted accounts were reinstated. These include transphobic crybaby Jordan Peterson, sexual abuser Andrew Tate, right-wing death of comedy account Babylon Bee, far-right fake news account Project Veritas, anti-Semitic downward spiral Kanye West, gormless loser and failed political candidate Sargon of Akkad, self-professed white supremacist and founder of the neo-Nazi website The Daily Stormer, Andrew Anglin, and a host of transphobic accounts like James Lindsay and Meghan Murphy. Kanye's account was suspended again, but nearly everyone else who came back is still there. Democrat Twitter got a comedian back that nobody really wanted, but Republican Twitter got back actual politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the former President of the United States. His Twitter radio silence is only due to his current legal and financial obligations to his own social media platform, Truth Social. That will not last forever, and it's only a matter of time before he tweets again. The platform has become nigh unusable, and not only because of the constant breaks and errors, but because Twitter is now a cesspool of trolls. Remember message boards from 20 years ago and how there was always a handful of people who made the experience miserable for the 99% of the people who were just there to talk about their niche hobby? Immediately after Musk's purchase, they spammed the N-word over and over again to see if they could get away with it. And guess what? They did. Republican Twitter adopted these racists and weirdos as their own rather than pushing them to the side for being extremists. As explained by Charlie Warzel of The Atlantic, in just a few months, Musk has actively worked to elevate a particular right-wing anti-woke ideology. He has reinstated legions of accounts that were previously banned for violating Twitter's rules, and has emboldened trolls, white nationalist accounts, and January 6th defendants. Musk's own rhetoric has moved from trolling to dog whistling to outright conspiracy peddling, and it has intensified in recent months, culminating in his recent anti-Semitic remarks about George Soros. A stroll through Musk's replies on the site reveals the extent to which one of the richest men in the world spends his time replying to far-right influencers and nodding in approval to their racist memes. Social media platforms are not strangers to far-right extremism.
And again, what does this have to do with artificial intelligence? You may or may not be aware that Elon has gone ahead and started his own AI company, and that AI company is based on a pursuit of truth, whatever that means, and how it isn't going to be politically correct. So if your concerns, Professor Q, are about Skynet, if anyone's going to give you a Skynet, it's going to be Elon Musk. Bigger balls, spot, and brains. Crazy what he's been involved with that will lead him. He is almost cartoonishly the worst. Like he wants his public persona is that he wants to be the best, or he wants to be Tony Stark, right? And he is a bad supervillain. Like, disappointingly bad, cartoonishly bad.
Mass shooters often leave a lot of evidence on Facebook, and there are social media apps designed for the right from the ground up. Parler, Gab, Getter, Truth Social.
Well, his henchmen are all his legion of Twitter followers and anyone who owns a Tesla without regret. I have never seen Elon with an animal, which is kind of a red flag in and of itself. Yeah, no, Peter Thiel is actually dangerous. Peter Thiel is what Elon would be if Elon pulled his head out of his ass. If it wasn't for Elon being so loud and cartoonishly bad, we might be able to put more scrutiny on Peter Thiel, but Peter Thiel operates with the permission of the U.S. government, and that dude is dangerous. He is significantly dangerous.
To name a few. Alternative right-wing apps are now redundant because one of the biggest social media apps available, Twitter, is now, for all intents and purposes, just as right-wing as Parler and about as friendly to Republicans as Truth Social. There are other related factors that have led to the rise of the right on Twitter, but all the modern examples are pretty much related to Elon Musk. For one, many journalists and major news outlets have understandably quit the platform in protest, leaving fewer voices to counter the right-wing mob.
And one other thing I forgot to mention with the Elon AI project, it's going to be trained off Twitter. And how do I convince you, as anything other than a right-wing troll, to stay on Twitter and participate in Twitter and get your voice added to that particular data set? It's hard. It will never be X. It will always be Twitter.
For another, those who buy blue are more likely to be a Musk adherent, and the platform prioritizes these accounts while diminishing the visibility of other accounts. Disinformation, propaganda, conspiracy theories, and outright lies are being pushed to the top. The loudest voices are often the worst voices. For yet another, Twitter has banned left-wing accounts that expose fascists. Twitter permits Andy Ngo to have an account, but not Chad Loader. Twitter permits Richard.
Shout out to Andy Ngo for taking a massive L yesterday in Oregon.
Spencer to have an account, but not it's going down. There are no rules, there are simply favorites, and Musk has been playing favorites ever since he grabbed power. And finally,
You got it, Igloo. You hit the nail right on the head.
now that Musk has fired a tremendous amount of Twitter employees, content moderation has become almost non-existent. Troves of right-wing accounts have noticed this, and
Thanks for coming, MILF. All the VODs go up after, like, immediately. It's automated. So as soon as I'm done, the VOD will be up. If you want to, watch the rest of it, make sure you're in the Discord, all that good stuff. I appreciate you being here. Good luck in class. Have a good day.
have taken advantage of the situation by mass flagging accounts that don't share their politics. Musk has created a safe haven for the right. When conspiracy theorists need to promote their nonsense, they have a friend in Musk. Twitter always had its problems, but these problems have been exacerbated and joined by new problems ever since October of last year. It's not a great place to be, and the one corner of the website that has benefited most from the chaos has been Republican Twitter. To any Musk followers who wish to claim that their lord may not be a registered Republican, I don't really care. Neither you nor I have access to his voter registration card anyway. What matters is what someone does, not what someone claims. Right-wing agitators love to call themselves classical liberals all the time, all the while spouting far-right talking points. This means nothing. Increasing hostility has allowed for other microblogging social media apps to take their shot. Blue Sky's temporary invitation-only model has proven helpful in keeping out most ne'er-do-wells from the platform, whereas Threads
Also, on Blue Sky, when those type of people show up, one of the things about far right, especially like Nazi, or that type of person, is obfuscation, hiding their power level, that whole thing. And Blue Sky, not the company, but the users are very good at sussing those people out quickly and making sure that everyone knows who this new person is. So, but Blue Sky's good. It just, like, I can't copy something from Blue Sky and share it with you. I can because on my stream, but I mean, like, I can copy a Twitter link and send it to you. You can't do that with Blue Sky. There's a whole bunch of stuff about Blue Sky which is not ready for prime time, but I'm there.
a new project from Facebook and Instagram owner Meta, has almost immediately become a hotbed for transphobia, right-wing creeps, and brands desperate for a Twitter alternative. But that's a topic for another day. So, who are the thought leaders of Republican Twitter in 2023? First things first, it's important to understand that most people don't rise to the top of Twitter organically. Right-wing troll Catturd has his following and status artificially inflated by Elon Musk himself. This was...
And my understanding is that Catturd and Elon recently had a falling out. We'll see what that means, if anything.
Confirmed in some leaked documents. Ben Shapiro and his colleagues have significant funding from conservative groups, and the celebrity Republicans like James Woods have status outside of Twitter. Still, even among the fakes, there are winners and losers. So who are the unofficial spokespeople of the conservative brand in US politics? It's mostly a collection of fallen celebrities, pundits, and conspiracy theory weirdos. Those three things are not mutually exclusive, but let's categorize this to keep it orderly. Kid Rock is a musician who was popular in the brief period in the 2000s when record studios were throwing anything and everything against the wall in the absence of real stars and real talent. Kid Rock stuck to the wall. did well for himself, fell off, and rebranded himself as a political figure who flirted with becoming a United States senator. He's the former president's favorite artist, or at least that's what it seems like. Kid Rock's most recent political statement of sorts was a song and an accompanying music video about how millennials are wimps and love participation trophies. Talking points from about 5 years before the song dropped. It was so embarrassing that the world's nicest guy, Weird Al Yankovic, dunked on it. On Twitter, he's infamous for homophobic slurs and sexist, vulgar statements about Taylor Swift of all people. Kid Rock has a staggering 1 million Twitter followers because even though he's a joke, he's still one of the biggest Republican celebrities who wastes his time on social media. Scott Adams is a cartoonist who is most famous for creating Dilbert,
And it's important to understand that followers on Twitter, followers does not equal impressions, does not equal actual people, right? If you look at the actual likes and retweets, even that is somewhat suspect due to, the proliferation of bots. But you'll see that the number of followers is way outside what the response you would expect for the likes and retweets on a particular account if they were like organically aligned. And this is because they just follow the account. There's a bunch of bots and a bunch of everything else, but even the real people, they just follow the account. And then never interact with any of the content ever again.
an unfunny strip that became, well, more of itself as the years passed. Adams started to incorporate more of his own politics into his humor, and the reviews were not kind. A professional comedy writer fell back on the so-called one joke, "I identify as something." You do this for a living, Scott, what the hell? Adams boasts nearly 1 million followers. During the height of the pandemic, he suddenly became a science skeptic like so many other Republicans and made a lot of wild predictions that ended up not coming true. In 2020, Adams claimed that his Dilbert television series was canceled because of anti-white discrimination. In 2023, Adams called black people a hate group and that white people should just get away from them. The distributor for Dilbert cut ties to Adams, understandably, which effectively ended the comic strip. Recently, he has stated that he will create a sequel comic strip, Dilbert Reborn, through an online subscription service. Yeah, okay, good luck, dipshit. Ben Shapiro is a talking head for the conservative news website and media company, The Daily Wire. If you can think of a political issue, Shapiro has probably tweeted about it and has probably had the most extreme right-wing position. He is anti-choice, even in cases of rape or incest. His position on Israel and Palestine is extremist even by the current apartheid standards. He believes being gay is a mental illness, and he is among the most transphobic voices on the platform, and that's saying a lot. Shapiro boasts an astounding Twitter following of nearly 6 million. Nobody knows how many are bots, but that's still about 6 times higher than Kid Rock. Until recently, Tucker Carlson was the biggest star on Fox News. His daily Tucker Carlson Tonight was a ratings juggernaut, spewing white nationalist talking points with only the tiniest whiff of plausible deniability. He was also huge on Twitter, and when he was tossed from Fox News because of some of his private comments, he found a new home for his videos on Twitter. Not another news channel, not even that weird video website with Steven Crowder on it. No, Tucker Carlson thought that a platform designed for short-burst microblogging seemed like the perfect place for an hour-long news program. His views have completely collapsed. Can you make a living from being an internet troll? Apparently, as Catturd has proven. Real name Philip Buchanan, Catturd is a right-wing weirdo pushing 60 years old. A talentless poster who tweets antiquated liberal tears memes, exactly the kind of humor the right loves. Yes, congratulations on noticing when people are upset. You're a real American hero. Cat Turd is an election conspiracy theorist who is desperate for the approval of Donald Trump to give his life meaning. Leaked documents have proven that Cat Turd is one of the few accounts that were artificially inflated by Elon Musk. So he's not really successful, he's more like astroturfed into relevance by Musk and Trump. He's a nobody that gets to pretend that he's a somebody because of an artificial follower count and his sycophantic connection to power. So what now? What's next for Republican Twitter and Twitter more broadly? Republican Twitter will continue to get more and more toxic right alongside Twitter itself because no corner of the platform has benefited more from its recent breakdown. Conservative Republicans will cry that they are merely free speech absolutists, and then when you ask them about what specifically they want to say, they will either cower from the question or respond with slurs and bigoted statements. The only saving grace here is that right-wing groups are so cantankerous and volatile that they have already started to self-destruct and splinter. Ben Shapiro is realizing what it means to advocate for the farthest right politics possible and be surrounded by people who usually desire those same policies, Nazis. His status among Christian nationalists as the one living Jewish man that they will trust has been damaged by an influx of the worst people imaginable to the platform. Steven Crowder is having some kind of blow-up with Candace Owens. Matt Walsh is crying foul about his transphobic movie not working on the platform. And Cat Turd has seemingly turned his back on Elon Musk. You made this mess, Elon. Now live with it.
Renegade Cut is always good for this. Alright, guys ready for some lighter content? I recently found this new person. This is Nobody in the Computer. They are using AI to create music and video and stuff, and I figured I would give them a try. We'll do it together.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Have you heard about Nobody in the Computer?
Nope. I have no idea. What is that?
They are making music with artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence? Well, I dare say it's not quite on the same level as our distinguished masters of classical music. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, the music isn't that bad. And they have this new video where they're trying to emulate the very style of Johann Sebastian Bach himself using AI.
Johann? Oh dear. Let's wrap up this conversation as I'm quite keen to have a look at that.
Okay, so welcome to...
And, yep, here we are back at it, navigating this wild ride of using artificial intelligence to whip up some tunes. And in this video, we're strapping in for another adventure into symbolism, just like we've done in other roller coaster rides on this channel. Yep, when we talk about music and AI, we have two ways to approach it, working with raw audio like Jukebox or Google Music LM2, or the symbolic approach, which in our case would be MIDI that we would then use in our DAWs. Indeed, here we go again with MIDI. We can't get enough of it, can we, pals? So, here's the game plan. We're going to put ChatGPT to work, cooking up some text that will then transform into music. But what kind of catchy harmonies are we talking about? I've been noodling this around in my brain, and it hit me. Let's take a crack at mimicking the style of none other than Johann Sebastian Bach. Yep, that prolific Baroque virtuoso whose influence reached far and wide, touching the creative genius of hotshots like the Beatles and Radiohead. He cooked up over 1,000 works from concertos and sonatas to chorales and masses. His music, a smorgasbord of complex counterpoint, intricate rhythms, and melodies so beautiful they'd make a nightingale envious.
He composed 1,000 musical pieces. Wow. I wonder how he was so productive when he was a father to 20 children.
Well, good point. Back then we didn't have social media or television.
Okay, enough with the gabbing. Let's dive straight into the nitty-gritty. If we can tap into Bach's style with AI, we'd be able to spin any kind of music, because Bach's got the whole shebang of musical beauty wrapped up in his compositions. So, buckle up. Here's our action plan. I've been working my socks off on a text that will serve as the prompt we use to get ChatGPT to generate the symbolic representation that we'll later convert to MIDI with a bit of coding. In this grand prompt, I explained to ChatGPT that we're going to make music in this format, a sequence of two values, the musical note and the duration. So ChatGPT needs to deliver something like this. And Bach's musical style is characterized by its use of counterpoint, or the interweaving of multiple melodic lines, so we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate several melodies to be played at the same time. I also added some music theory like intervals and other bits and bobs, and at the end I tell it to respond with a yes if it understood everything. Then what we do is select all the text, copy, and paste it into ChatGPT so we can start generating music.
Yes.
So a motif inspired by J.S. Bach.
All right, here's a motif inspired by J.S. Bach. I'll start with the main melody, keeping it relatively simple.
Okay, again, I'm not going to say all of this video, but a significant amount of this video is produced by AI products. This voice that they're using to read the text of ChatGPT, Scarlett Johansson. I respect for creativity and the 90s vibe that keeps late 80s, early 90s vibe showing up. And then there was like a videotape aesthetic.
With a focus on intervals that Bach often used, like perfect fifths, minor seconds, and major thirds. Now I'll add a second melody to harmonize with the first. This melody will mostly move in parallel motion, another characteristic of Bach's style, and use the same note durations for simplicity. And finally, a bass line to provide rhythmic and harmonic support.
Well, it generated 3 melodies, and you might be wondering, what do we do with this text? Well, as in other videos on this channel, I coded a Google Colab to convert the text into MIDI and download it to your computer. As always, it's easy. We run the cells, copy the text from ChatGPT, and paste it where it belongs. I'll leave it well explained in the code itself. We run the cell, and boom, we have our first MIDI. We import it into our DAW, assign an instrument, and let's listen. Well, nothing special, but let's see how it harmonizes with the second melody. Well, yeah, the classic Bach parallel motion, but let's add the bass line.
Well, it's not quite my cup of tea, but throw in some Latin percussion and you'd have even a pooch shaking its tail feathers.
You're the boss, maestro. Well, no, so Bach. What about a prelude? Intricate, super Bach.
Understood. Let's try to create a more intricate prelude-like structure, emulating Bach's style a bit more closely. Bach often used arpeggiated chords in his preludes, which we can emulate. Here's a representation of a simplified version of a prelude in the style of Bach. This passage creates a sense of flowing, rising, and falling motion characteristic of Bach's preludes. It uses arpeggiated C major chords, with the notes occasionally reordered to create a more interesting pattern. A Bach-like prelude will usually also have a bass line to underpin the harmony, often with longer note values than the upper voice.
Okay, so let's give our ears a treat with the melody and the bass line. Well, that was quite nice. Could you write a melody to play over it?
Certainly, let's create a melody that works with the underlying harmony and rhythm of the prelude. This melody will sit atop the arpeggiated chords and the bass line. It will use a mix of note lengths to add some rhythmic variety. This melody mainly consists of stepwise motion, moving by seconds, another common feature of Bach's melodies, with some skips, moving by thirds or larger intervals, for added interest.
Alrighty, now we've got a trio of MIDIs to monkey around with, a melody with its bass line and a shiny new melody. but we're going to roll up our sleeves and dive into the DAW, because the MIDIs that our dear friend ChatGPT serves up are raw. Yeah, it's just the note and it's playtime. For the first melody, what say we invite a cello and a violin playing pizzicato to the party, and maybe...
What's up, Octavia? Admittedly, I am a little bit out of my element. Like, I don't know what arpeggiated chords are, and I mean, I could obviously Google or ask ChatGPT or something like that. But I'm just flowing with it, you know what I mean?
maybe get a little adventurous with the velocity, how enthusiastically that instrument's belting it out, because ChatGPT always dishes out a one velocity fits all kind of deal. Over here, we're also giving the notes a bit of a shuffle because, hey, the folks playing these instruments in the orchestra are human after all, and they don't always hit the beat with robotic precision. Then we'll pan around to whip up some space. For the bass, we're pulling in a tuba, a trombone, and a double bass, and we'll also play around with the velocity here. And for the other melody, a cello and a brass ensemble, because why not? All together, this orchestra of ours sounds something like this. Alright, that's definitely not Bach knocking at our door, but it's something appealing, a tad on the naive side, I know. But hey, it's a hoot, and I'm digging the fact that ChatGPT is chattering to us in the language of music theory, schooling us on what it's up to, which is a cool learning experience. But let's face it, it's not ringing any Bach bells. And you know what? I've got a brainwave to coax it into creating tunes that echo more of Bach's vibe. What if we shake things up and do a bit of reverse engineering? We seek out some quintessential Bach masterpieces and morph them into the texty treat that ChatGPT dishes out. Then, we spoon-feed ChatGPT with these samples for a little taste of inspiration. Not a bad idea, right? So, here I have all the MIDI files of the Well-Tempered Clavier, a collection of fugues and preludes that Bach published in the 1720s, one of the most important and influential works in the history of Western music. What we're doing is simple. I'm going to select some pieces, I'll shorten them to, let's say 8 bars, and we'll start exporting each of the melodies into MIDI tracks. And what do we do with those MIDI files? Well, I dove back into the code in another Google Colab notebook where we upload the MIDI tracks and it downloads a TXT file with the representation. Smart, isn't it? With those texts, I assembled a document with various pieces. So what we do is paste the first document and then this one with several examples, and let's see what ChatGPT has to say.
The data you've provided appears to represent sequences of notes and rhythms in multiple melodies.
Okay, so with all you learn and all you know about music theory and how Bach composed, make something great, intricate, a clever melody, use the text representation.
Sure, let's create a text representation for a melody in the style of J.S. Bach. We'll use a common time signature, 4/4, and a medium tempo. Please remember that the actual rhythm and dynamics would need to be adjusted according to your desired interpretation. Let's create a melody in the key of D minor.
Okay, so this time, to give sound to those MIDI files, we're going for a classic piano, the Challen piano that's seen some serious action at the Abbey Road studios. This baby's been played by the greats. We're talking the Zombies, Pink Floyd, and let's not forget the Beatles. It's had its star moments on the Beatles, aka the White Album, and Magical Mystery Tour. So prepare your ear, because we're about to hear how our AI crafted MIDI sound on this legendary instrument. Now another melody to counterpoint that one.
Sure, let's create a counterpoint melody that follows the first melody and complements it. Note that counterpoint rules dictate that these two melodies should primarily consist of independent rhythms and should maintain a certain harmonic distance from one another, typically a third, sixth, or octave.
Another one with a more intricate duration that generates a beautiful harmony with the previous ones.
Sure, let's create another counterpoint melody with a more intricate duration pattern. These melodies should harmonize nicely with each other following Baroque counterpoint rules, with more complexity in the rhythm patterns of the third melody to add intricacy.
And that's one of the things, like, with the idea of AI creativity, right? Like, can AI be creative? Music, and again, I'm not a music expert. I'm just surface level, broad. But music is math, right? It conforms to rules. You can get outside those rules, but once you get so far outside of those rules, then it's not something that people would want to listen to necessarily. I have heard some experimental music, which is just, you gotta really like it for some reason in order to even listen to it. Generally speaking, you are going to operate within certain rules. And if you have rules, if you have a structure, if you have math, then it's code. And if it's code, the AI is good at code.
However, as always with music, the beauty is in the ear of the listener.
And I know that, like, a bunch of that stuff is contained, like, within, like, how AI, the ChatGPT will tell you how it is just a large language model and all that good stuff. But there's something, I don't know, I don't know how to phrase it, but like what I said earlier about accepting the fact that you might be wrong as like a fundamental block of your foundation, so that you don't over defend any position, that you actually question the things that you believe, so that you build a good foundation for the things that you believe in. And the AI at least represents that better than a lot of humans do.
The true test would be to play these melodies together and see how they sound to you.
Well, not so Bach, but not so bad. But let's crank up our...
What up, Magic? Yeah, so to go back to what I said earlier, where I was talking about coding before you came in, the idea of representing code in different formats, with the stability code program, where you can, or ChatGPT and its ability to generate code. It allows someone who doesn't necessarily want to learn to code to have access to the realms of code. And imagine if you could interpret and interact with math that you don't like, Octavia, represented as music. You know, like if you could represent the numbers and equations in music, then you could interact with those numbers and equations in a way that's more comfortable and familiar to you, and it would access a whole other realm to at least understand what you want to understand within that particular realm. You know, I don't personally have the time to learn how to code. What up, Scribbles? I don't have the time to learn how to code, but I could definitely access the portions of code that I need to do the things that I want to do. Aphex Twin, like, I have a special, like, Aphex Twin is one of those bands that's hard to listen to, like Skinny Puppy, right? But Skinny Puppy and Aphex Twins and certain other bands, they have an individual place in my heart because of the relevance of, yes, this is Ferris. Have a place in my heart because of the events surrounding them. Like Skinny Puppy there was a girl, right? Like, so I learned a lot about Skinny Puppy and experienced a lot of that kind of music because of the girl. Which, admittedly, even though like a lot of Skinny Puppy is like broadly music, I guess, it is still it can have value to understand it. Skinny Puppy is a band. I'm not gonna play Skinny Puppy, but if you Google Skinny Puppy, it's a band. You could check them out and do the thing. And then Aphex Twin, I went to a club in Canada where Aphex Twin and Sneaker Pimps and another band that I can't remember the name of were performing. And like I'm watching Aphex Twin and there's like I'm dancing with thousands of my Canadian friends. It was a wonderful time. And they had these two dancers. They were wearing giant bear costumes, and then the face of the dude from Aphex Twin, whatever his name is, was like their face. And there was like this like lull in the music where it was still going, but it was lulled, right? And then one of the dudes takes the top off his costume. So he's just got the bear pants with the big suspenders holding him up. And he goes over and he gets these clippers and he shaves a portion of his head. He's got long hair and he just shaves a portion of his head and then wipes his head down with a towel and puts the top back on. And then the music dropped like right at that moment. And he jumped in the air and everybody went nuts. And it was a bizarre experience and absolutely like there's never been anything like it in my experience. So like Aphex Twin, as like challenging as Aphex Twin can be for a lot of people to listen to, will always have that special place in my heart because of that experience. One of the few times I enjoyed seeing live music.
Our ambitions and inject a bit more creativity into this. Make melodies in the style of Johann Sebastian Bach, interpreted through the lens of Wendy Carlos for a Stanley Kubrick film.
Sure. Here's a simple generation of a 3-part harmony, emulating the style of Bach and Wendy Carlos, who was known for her synth adaptations of classical music, like the works used in Stanley Kubrick films. Remember to interpret the melodies according to the given instructions and ensure you're playing these with the intention of evoking the Baroque period mixed with Wendy Carlos's unique style.
Hey, that's interesting, catchy even. Why don't you create a second part and add a melody to it?
Make a continuation.
Sure, here's a continuation of the previous melodies, again in a 3-part harmony. This extension carries forward the style of Bach with Wendy Carlos's touch.
Make a melody to sing over it, long notes.
Absolutely. Here's a simple vocal melody line to sing over the existing harmonies. It's designed to have longer note values to allow for sustained singing and to contrast with the more rhythmic instrumental parts.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing bad. And it's going to get better. Don't pay attention to the haters and keep doing what you're doing. You have my approval.
Oh, Wendy, I also hold you in high esteem, but let's create one more composition. Aphex Twin encounters J.S. Bach, and they collaborate to create a choral masterpiece together.
Why not?
That would certainly be a fascinating meeting. Aphex Twin, or Richard D. James, is known for his experimental electronic music, often involving intricate beats and unconventional structures. On the other hand,
did not pre-watch. Yeah, no, like, here we are.
And Johann Sebastian Bach is renowned for his mastery of Baroque counterpoint and harmonic structure.
Oh, the joy to be living in this extraordinary era of humanity. How fortunate are we indeed. Before signing off, I must express my sincere gratitude to the Nobodies Collective. Without their unwavering support, creating these videos wouldn't be possible. A huge thank you to the collective for being the wind beneath my wings. Until next time, my dear amigos.
I like him. I like him. I already subscribed. Nobody in the computer. Yeah. I look forward to seeing more content from them. Yeah, I want to, like, extend on this for just a second. And it's what was his name? Who was the I had it and then I lost it. The techno kid. He was like good with the group, but then he went out on his own and then like fell off. Shit. He's got the song Bangarang. Who did Bangarang? Bangarang. Skrillex, thank you. So, Skrillex on piano. Because this was something interesting that right? So this is like piano version. It's a completely different vibe, but the substance is there. You know what I'm saying? Is like one of the things, like, I'm not a fan of Bruce Springsteen singing Bruce Springsteen songs, but I am a fan of Bruce writing those songs and then other people doing them. You know, there's just something about, I mean, Bruce is a dude from New Jersey who lacks, like, enunciation in his music, but when other people get their hands on it, I feel the same way about Bob Dylan. Like, I don't want to hear Bob Dylan sing anything, but I love some of the songs that he's created sung by other people. And, like, not a huge fan of Skrillex, but the substance here. Whoa. That's rough, Scribbles. That is that's a big old red flag right there. All right. We're shifting into 2-minute papers. A couple videos by them. I thought that these were really interesting. These are relatively recent.
Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Yes, that's right. Microsoft's new AI watched about 100 million clips from YouTube. And today, we are going to ask one simple question. What did it learn? I'll tell you in a moment. You see, today, text-to-image AIs are all the rage. By just doing as little as entering a text prompt, we can create all kinds of images and even videos. A true miracle of science, really. And I often hear people saying that they can't wait to be able to express their creativity by creating movies with them. However, not so fast. We can already do that with Google's and Runway's technique, and there are even more out there. But for some reason, I rarely hear people talking about sound. Well, this new paper solves exactly that. Now, wait a minute. We are going to invoke the second law of papers here, which says that whatever you are thinking about, there is already a 2-minute papers episode on that. For instance, we talked about Google's Music LM, an incredible AI-based technique that takes a text prompt and synthesizes incredible music. Listen. This is fantastic. Also, our seasoned fellow scholars remember an earlier episode where we talked about a brilliant, handcrafted graphics paper that did something that was previously thought to be almost impossible. So, what is that? Well, hold on to your papers because it took an already existing video clip or computer animation and synthesized sounds for it. And the results were outstanding. Yes, through the power of computer graphics research, this was possible approximately 10 years ago. Yes, you heard it right, this paper was published 10 years ago at the SIGGRAPH conference. That is an incredible place with similarly high-quality papers. Now, with all that said, what does this new AI paper add to the mix? And I would say, everything. Now, I hear you asking, Doctor, what do you mean by this? Well, exactly what I said. This is an any-to-any generation technique that also includes audio. Here are some of my favorite examples. One, if we enter a piece of text like fireworks in the sky, it synthesizes video and audio at the same time. Or we can write dive in a coral reef, and we get this. Two, we can also go the other way around. If we have a text description of a painterly style, and look, no mention of ships at all. And we also add this sound sample. As a result, we get this image. So cool. But wait, it gets...
So within that sound, I don't expect any flashing lights. I will definitely keep that keep that in mind, Scribs. If I think anything is going to happen like that, I'm on top of it. But the sound was water and creaking wood, which implies ship. And it took the contextual cues and created the image of a ship. Now, I don't know who Craig Mullins is. Craig Mullins might do ships. That could be an additional point of context. But the text to audio or the text to image and text to video formats are getting very good at that type of interpretation.
Even better. 3, we can even enter a text prompt plus a piece of audio, and out comes not just an image, but, oh my, even a piece of video. As requested, the camera indeed goes forward ever so slightly. Good job, little AI. And we can also perform the usual suspects, text to image, a piece of audio to an image, or if we have a cracking photo, we can even ask it to create a video with a somewhat similar vibe. Wow, it feels like this can do absolutely everything. Now, every single one of you fellow scholars see that the quality of these results is not the greatest. However, remember, 2 years ago, we had DALL-E 1 for image generation, a year later, DALL-E 2, and now, a year later, Midjourney can do this. And I would not be surprised if today we would be at a DALL-E 1 moment for full film, or, in other words, video plus audio generation. Just imagine what we will be capable of just 2 more papers down the line. My goodness, what a time to be alive!
And so one of the things that happens during AI video generation is that it's extrapolating a series of images related to the previous image. So that's why things kind of flow a little bit. But if you have been watching, if you've been here before, you have seen the difference over just a few weeks of where there was like really bad flow to much better flow that looks much less like nightmare fuel. So by the end of the year, you are going to see an even more impressive leap because there's a compounding effect that continues to happen. It gets better as people see the outputs and give the human feedback. Reinforcement learning with human feedback. So when you work with these AIs, when you work with ChatGPT, when you work with Leonardo, you will be able to provide a human feedback on what is closest to the thing that you were trying to accomplish, and an intense amount of data is included in that will go back into the AI to train it on the next level and next level and next level.
And if you don't mind, I just can't resist quickly showing a really cool computer graphics paper to you. This is a new technique that is able to simulate situations with a brutally large number of collisions. These simulations contain objects that are built up from millions and millions of tetrahedra, little pyramids, if you will. For instance, when squishing this ball, it can simulate what happens next. Incredible! It can also simulate Davy Jones and his friends falling into a glass box and other complex, nutty situations. All this in a matter of seconds. Absolutely incredible graphics research. Sorry, I just couldn't resist showing this to you. I hope you fellow scholars don't mind. Let me know in the comments below. Weights and I'll see you next time. Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-Minute Papers.
And this is another one. This is NVIDIA's new AI trained for 5 billion steps, right? And I'm not sure if this is one of those trained from nothing kind of things where it learns to walk. I could show you real hands right now. The AI can't draw hands meme is like old school. Like that is from months ago. AI can draw hands and it can do it well. It can still fail, don't get me wrong, but it can draw hands totally fine, and teeth and all the whatever complaints, just wait a couple of weeks because they'll fix it.
First with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Today, we will see how NVIDIA's new AI sends these little virtual soldiers to camp and teaches them how to fight. This is a follow-up work to an absolutely amazing paper called ASE. This is a previous work with little AI soldiers that trained for 10 years. 10 years? How? Well, 10 years of their in-game world, that is.
And this is another thing that we talk about, is there is a difference in time scale, right? Where you proceed forward through reality at a time scale of 1 second per second. They can experience a simulated reality at a much faster rate. And that's what he's going to cover now.
Which is fortunately, when using a fast machine, is only 10 days in our time. And they learned a great deal. They went from a bunch of sorry little recruits to battle-ready soldiers. Except this chap. This chap goes like, "Sir, I've been training for 2 years, I've had enough, and now I shall leave."
So, they go from, for 10 years of training in 10 days. We cannot equal that capability. This is why all jobs will ultimately be automated. Because level 2, right? I take, what are they, like 20 dudes, right? 20 simulations, and I train them for 10 subjective years in 10 days. And then I take the best 10% of those and then copy them an infinite number of times. So let's say I take these 20 agents and I train them to be able to recognize when a tomato has hit a certain level of ripeness that it is the time to pick it. And then I take the top 10% of those, and now I can make an infinite number of copies of that program to attach to little tomato picking robots to pick all the tomatoes. Now, no human being will ever pick tomatoes again. And I can do that with anything. Literally anything. Now, we might need to hit some technological steps. I'm not saying we could do it tomorrow. I'm saying there's a problematic amount of things that can be fully automated tomorrow, and it is only human resistance that is preventing that from happening. And each time one of those fails, update each with the way to resolve it, and then you refine production in production. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, if there's an improvement, we can just download a patch to everyone. All the robots get the updated patch in a couple of seconds or minutes. Let's be generous and say it takes minutes. But even minutes, right? So, like, what do you need a human being for in that regard? The only concern comes because that human being needs to eat, and there are human beings already who need to eat. But once we address that problem by providing for people's material needs, why wouldn't we have the robots do it? That's what I'm looking for, Scribbles. Right? We can do whatever the AI can't, or whatever we enjoy. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. If you want to go back and look into the VODs, especially I think you'd enjoy the ones on cyber socialism, or not the VODs, they're in Highlight World. But if you go and you look at my highlights, you look at the ones that talk about, it'll say right in the title, cyber socialism. Those are exactly the kind of things that I'm talking about, and the videos that we're watching within that space. Because that's what I expect.
In style. And in this new work, these little soldiers trained for 5 billion training steps on a single graphics card. It's not a cheap one, but still a single graphics card. So, what do we get for these 5 billion training steps? Can this new one do anything better than the previous one? Well, first, it can learn from unlabeled motion capture data. What is that? Well, a bunch of dots moving that represent movements of real humans that have been recorded. And now, step number 1, basic training. Here, the moving dots go in, and a neural network is asked to create motions that are similar to it. So, are we done? Well, not quite.
Okay, so this is using motion capture data, so it's trained off of people doing the thing. It is not it did not learn to walk. But there are, like, we've gone over examples of AI models learning to walk, learning to do whatever from zero. This is a mimic process, and so its baseline is human mimicry.
You see, we wish to use this in video games, and this is not controllable yet. Imagine a video game where you press a button on the controller and nothing happens. So now comes step number 2, precision training. Here, it now needs to perform the movements, but also listen to our controls, especially when we use the stick to steer it in different directions. And step number 3, here we not only give it directions, but intuitive commands as well, such as striking or running. All that is great, but what can it do now? Well, let's see together. For instance, it can interpolate between 2 movement types. This means that it works like a gymnast who has perfected a difficult routine. It can't jump straight from one move to another. It needs to transition smoothly to maintain balance and perform the routine successfully. Thus, it first starts running, and then, look, it gradually dreams up a smooth transition from sprinting to crouching. That is a really nice and believable transition. I love it. And now comes the best part. Hold on to your papers, fellow scholars, because now you'll see how it can do these types of transitions on demand. That means as a reaction to our button mashing on the controller. So good. However, not even this technique is perfect. It still has some issues to be worked out. For instance, check this out. Now, little AI move towards the target. Attack. Great. And now, celebrate. Whoa! Careful. Moments like
Yeah, there's a bunch of advances happening in the video game space. Like, one of the things I've talked about is you have something like No Man's Sky, which had procedurally generated planets for you to interact with. You have Why can I never remember the name of this friggin' game? Shadows of Doubt. Shadows of Doubt. Why? It just does not stick. Shadows of Doubt has procedurally generated missions within it. And then you have the new NVIDIA stuff, which does ChatGPT generated or LLM generated dialogue, right? So you can have a video game that creates, like, if people like Sandbox, GTA 5 did that with much effort. I don't know, like, we're talking about excuse me, AI NPC dialogue.
What you're about to witness is truly incredible. I've messed around with this for about 30 seconds and I am blown away. I never thought we would get to a point like this, and this is absolutely the future of video games and honestly kind of our society. This is Replica Studios' smart NPC for Unreal Engine. So this is a demo of this new technology running in the Unreal Engine City demo, where you can speak to any AI on the street. You can actually walk up and talk to NPCs. So let's give this a go. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hello. You need something from me?
No, I just wanted to say what's up. How's your day going?
Oh, my day has been alright. I'm just exploring the city today.
Oh, nice. Do you live here or just visiting on vacation? He looks very, very sad. He doesn't...
That's none of your business. Why do you ask?
Calm down, buddy. I'm just trying to make some new friends. I'm new here.
Good AI tech in climate change science. Yeah, like the current like weather models are like, they're doing 10,000 models currently. There is a bunch of stuff. And the thing about the AI, it's able to extrapolate from way more data points than a human is capable of, right? Like it's off the chain.
Here in the city and just exploring. He got really offended by that question for no reason. Sometimes it takes him a little bit of time to answer, but I mean, this is insane.
I apologize for my earlier tone. I'm also new to the city. Maybe we can explore together and become friends.
No way. Also, I do want to give credit to where I first saw this. It was a recommended video on YouTube from Jeff Favinano, so I'll link his video down in the description. Dang, dude, when's the last time?
And I want to point out that a lot of the stuff that we've covered today is available for you to interact with. Some of it might cost you money, but there's a bunch of it which is free. Like Paradigm downloaded this. It just, like, it had some challenges running on his laptop, if I recall correctly. But like, you can do this right now. Like, the next game that comes out is like, all the games that you're seeing, like Baldur's Gate and Diablo, are like leftover stuff that was in the pipe. The new stuff is going to be off the chain.
Like this show that this work is still experimental. I don't think you will see this in a new game tomorrow, but this is what research is about. Taking something highly unstructured and using learning-based techniques to create something useful from it. Now, wait a second. In the intro, I also said that this is a follow-up to the ASE paper. So, how does it compare to that one? Oh my, are you seeing what I am seeing? Because I am seeing two excellent news here. Now, I hear you asking, okay, doctor, what are the excellent news here? Well, one, let's start with the most obvious one. The controllability of the simulation has improved leaps and bounds. That is incredible. And second, what is even more incredible, this controllability did not come at the expense of the diversity of the movesets. That is perhaps the best part of the paper. You see, this is in a class of neural network-based techniques that often suffer from a phenomenon called mode collapse. What is mode collapse? Well, imagine asking a gymnast to perform incredible acrobatics, and this gymnast can do a variety of things, but unfortunately just keeps doing the same thing over and over again. Cartwheels all day, every day. Imagine looking at an Olympic gold medal athlete who just keeps doing those cartwheels. And it is not the case here. This is an athlete that can do everything. I absolutely love this. Bravo! What a time to be alive! And finally, some fantastic news for the end. The source code of this project is available. I would like to send a big thank you to the scientists on this project, making it available for all of us free of charge. And for now, let the experiments begin.
We'll get back to you in a second. What was the thing? No, I had a thing and I lost it. Heavens. So this is another new person who did an AI thing. And we're gonna give them a shot. Oh, I remember what it was. Pause this for 1 second. To give you an example of capabilities, recently a member of the community, Old Lobster, used my VODs to train a AI vocalization. We covered this on Monday, but a bunch of you were not here, so I figured you might enjoy this. This is not me. This is AI.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched C-beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain, time to die. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to, 'tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub, for in that sleep of death what dreams may come.
What up, Maddie? And then finally, my favorite.
You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me.
I think that's wild. I think that's absolutely wild. All right. Back to video. Yeah, no, I get that. Like, but I mean, that's that's how I talk. And there, like, don't get me wrong. There's cadence. There's a naturalness. It's one of the things, like when the guy was doing the video on creating the music. When you create music with any kind of digital program, the notes are perfect, right? And we need to maybe Alina, like that could be a thing that could be done in the future. But the notes are perfect. So what did he do? He went and he adjusted them slightly. And there are other people who talk about creating music with these programs and like where you make those adjustments in order to make it sound more human. It's like when you hear someone play an acoustic guitar versus when you hear an acoustic guitar played by a program. A person is going to make that string slide noise. They're going to accidentally touch another string. There's a whole bunch of additional sounds that exist within that. So having a program that learned to simulate, like another thing, like I say, I say, I do these things when I'm thinking. And there's also the pacing, right? Like where I extend out a particular syllable for a slightly longer period of time while I'm thinking, If something is going to simulate my voice, it might want to include that or it might not, right? Like there's a whole thing. Yeah. And the other thing I was listening for, Lobster, is there are intakes of breath that happen within that. And I found that really interesting. Okay, real quick, before we get into this video, I want to use the bathroom. So I'm going to use the bathroom, and I will be right back. And we'll get back into it.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was.
And we're back. And that, one of the things that I was thinking about was like, I'm not the best singer. I can sing somewhat. I'm decent at Rock Band in that regard, like, because there's a visual, I don't know, octave, chord. I don't music enough, but like, if you played Rock Band and you sang, you know that there's a thing, so you have a visual reference, and once you know what it is that controls the thing, then you can just make your body do that in order to, have it be within the line and that kind of stuff. but the idea of being able to take the sound of my voice and then run it through a machine that makes it hit the right yeah, maybe someday I'll just belt out some fucking tunes for no reason. Amazon wants me to buy the thing for my microphone so that I can sing. I don't know. It's a whole other, it's departing, because I do enjoy creating music, but I enjoy creating music out of other people's music. Like there's a video game Fuser that I'm a huge fan of. There is like my version of You Ought to Know by Alanis Morissette, like has a different connotation to it because of how I sing and like, you know, and Alanis is a woman and I am man and but the lyrics remain the same. It's a whole thing. Anyways, I got another game called Drop Mix, which is where you use cards that represent loops, and you create music, and they're like, you know, all sorts of different songs. It was a pleasure, Scribs. You know where to find me. All kinds of stuff, and like, I have 3 sets of this, Drop Mix, and it's got to run through a phone, but then, or like a tablet or whatever, and then I could connect the phones, to a mixer board and then run them into the computer and be able to layer these, and stuff like that. But that's an entire other. That would be like a fun art type music stream as opposed to the AI stuff. But then having an AI vocalist being able to sing my preferred songs, but do it like in a way that people find appealing. You know what I mean? Anyways. This is Cleo Abram. 1.18 million subscribers. Tell me about AI.
To talk about AI. Right now, we're in this weird moment where lots of smart people agree that we're on the cusp of this truly world-changing technology. But some of them seem to be saying it's going to kill us all, while others are saying it's more profound than fire.
You know, I've always thought of AI as the most profound technology, more profound than fire or electricity.
It's clear at this point that something big is happening. But my problem is, it's all just so vague. I want to know, how specifically would AI kill me? Or how would it dramatically transform my life for the better? In this video, that's what I'm going to try to figure out. What the most extreme, bad, and good possible futures with AI actually look like, so that you and I can get ready. And more importantly, so that we can be a part of making sure that our real future goes right.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
The benefits vastly outweigh the risks.
Eventually, they will completely outthink their makers.
AI could begin to kill humans.
AI has the potential to change society.
A lot of people can be replaced by this technology.
Is this depressing? I don't see why it should be.
This will be the greatest technology humanity has yet developed.
To understand why you're seeing so many mind-blowing AI tools all of a sudden, you need to understand how they actually work. And to do that, we need to play some chess. This isn't one of those, oh my god, AI beats a person kind of games. In this game, neither of the players are human. One is a famous chess engine, a system programmed by humans with insanely complex rules for how to play the game. The other is using a very different strategy, and that second player absolutely crushed the first.
It had learned the game without any of those rules. It just watched enough games to see what winning looked like.
That is Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google and chairman of its parent company, Alphabet. Yeah. He was chairman of the company when they created that second player, AlphaZero.
Before that moment, all of the game playing was done algorithmically. Move here, evaluate this, do the math that. So
But that's not how AlphaZero worked.
it didn't understand the principles of what a rook and a pawn and so forth and so on. It just knew how to play because it had observed enough games and it learned how to win.
In other words, our best systems had gone from using human-given rules to win to using observation to win.
So you can think of that as moving from algorithms to learning. That to me was a major, major deal.
This ability to learn changed everything. It's what makes incredible tools like ChatGPT possible today. You now know this technique as
machine learning.
Machine learning.
Machine learning.
The reason that it suddenly feels like AI is everywhere is because of the incredible success of machine learning specifically. At a basic level, the idea is that instead of giving a computer a rigid set of rules that says, if this happens, then these are the possible outcomes, instead you give a computer a set of inputs and outputs and allow it to create the rules that turn one into the other. Meaning that it might come up with rules that we didn't think of, or maybe don't even understand. But making the AI models that can do all of the incredible things that you see now just recently became possible. And it's because the computers training them have gotten way more powerful. Look at this graph. So you see it going up, and then around 2009, the computing power behind AI models just begins to explode. That change is largely thanks to a switch in the physical technology used to do that training, going from CPUs to GPUs. My favorite way to show the difference between CPUs and GPUs is this Mythbusters demo back in 2009. That robot right there represents a CPU, and it shoots paint in these little sequential bursts. It can get the job done, but it's slow. And this robot represents a GPU, so instead of shooting paint one little bit at a time, it can shoot in parallel. Basically, the physical tools behind AI are extremely powerful now, and they're getting even more powerful fast. According to OpenAI, the amount of computing power used in the largest AI models has been doubling every 3 months. This is why you're seeing now AI is able to pass the bar exam, make more realistic images, answer more complex questions. It's why this particular type of AI technology is both so promising and so scary.
So, I think that this video, like, there's a bunch of stuff that I already know, that you may already know. There's a couple of details. I like the way that that little Mythbusters bit in order to help explain the CPU versus GPU, process, things like that. If it continues on this trend for the rest of it, I think that this is a really good video to hand to people who might not be up to speed, right? So that they have a better idea of what it is that's going on. So if it continues on this trend, I'm a fan.
Artificial intelligence may kill us first.
The risk that could lead to the extinction of humans.
AI is a fundamental existential risk for human civilization.
How do we know we can keep control?
So we have this technology that can learn, and it's learning fast. And so, of course, in large part thanks to Hollywood, we imagine that it'll learn to kill us.
The CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer.
But as much as these systems appear to be human, they're not. Why would they want to kill us? They don't want anything. And yet, Bill Gates, Sam Altman, and hundreds of other tech leaders recently signed a 22-word statement that shocked me. I'll just read it to you. Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. That is an incredible statement, that the development of AI is in the same realm of risk and importance as destruction by nuclear war. To better understand why they feel this way, I turned to this survey. This is the same one that's been widely reported as half of AI researchers give AI a 10% chance.
Now, we covered this, right? And, like, I hate this. And I hate what it's being used to support because of, I think that it suffers from an issue of sample size, and then the reporting is half of AI researchers give AI at least a 10% chance of causing human extinction. But when you actually look at, when we dug into it, there was only like 700. There was like a small number, and then only half of that small number returned the survey. There was a bunch of things that I would regard as issues in making a statement like this, right? Half of AI researchers sounds like all of the AI researchers were involved, and of all of the AI researchers, half of those said there's at least a 10% chance, and it's a significantly smaller number, and I feel that this survey suffers from not only...
We are the Borg.
Yo!
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are...
What up, Raiders? What up, Cosme? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
And the peril here are huge.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're probably... Thank you. I love it. Like, they're probably still in pre-roll. We'll wait for someone to indicate. Like, as a streamer, this is one of the challenges. Is like, if none of obviously one of them hit follow. Thank you for the follow. And now it's like waiting for someone to indicate that they're outside of the pre-roll hell of, what is it, like 30 seconds? But there's little that I can do about that. I made a choice. It's a choice. I chose to only run pre-rolls and not have, I don't want someone to miss out on the content. The content is more important to me than than anything else. Like, it is a learning channel. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone click the link. Are you here? I don't know. Maybe they're here. I'm going to act as if. What up, Raiders? I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI and robots and automation and future and all of that kind of stuff. Welcome in. Hit that link. And Cosme, friend of the stream, has spoken to Sam Cedar, which I find absolutely impressive. Like, cool people. So welcome in. We're watching video on artificial intelligence and whether or not it's going to kill us or not.
Of causing human extinction. The specific question that they were asked is, what probability do you put on human inability to control future advanced AI systems causing human extinction? So what's going on here? Well, the surveyors summarized an argument for why AI might be so dangerous by saying it's essentially the old story of the genie in the lamp, or the sorcerer's apprentice, or King Midas. You get exactly what you ask for, not what you want. Imagine this. In the future, someone creates a powerful machine learning system.
What up, Vince? Well, I got a question. Do you think there will be an explosion in technology when AI are able to invent technology on their own? Yes, and more importantly, you're in the middle of it. That is really what is happening right now. Researchers, they might have been students if I recall correctly, but researchers at MIT recently used AI to help them create a better CPU architecture. I think you're going to continue to see that, and there's a reciprocal effect that happens when artificial intelligence is used to create technology that improves the quality of the artificial intelligence, which improves the quality of the technology, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. NASA is already using artificial intelligence to manufacture parts in ways that they would not have come up with by their own admission. So that's also a huge deal in that regard. And then you see, with the advent of new levels of 3D printing technology, those capabilities are only going to continue. Eventually, when we get to a 3D printer that is capable of 3D printing GPUs, then I think that would be like another exponential leap forward, which I regard as only a matter of time. So to answer your question, yes.
And gives it the desired output of a very accurate climate prediction. Then the AI, using its self-created rules, figures out that the more computing hardware it can use, the more accurate its prediction will be. Then it figures out that by releasing a biological weapon, there would be fewer humans taking up the valuable computing hardware that it needs. So that's what it does. And then it gives its climate prediction to no one left. This is the category of thing that the researchers mean when they say a system optimizing a function of n variables will often set the remaining unconstrained variables to extreme values. In other words, it might optimize for what we tell it to do at the expense of other things that we care about.
And people use like the biological weapon and the climate model. Like my go-to is the robot that cleans the room, right? Like, let's say you have a robot that cleans the bathroom. The most efficient way for that robot to keep the bathroom clean is to destroy all humans, because then a human cannot dirty the bathroom. And this is like, we would innocently tell the robot to clean the bathroom without realizing those additional functions are there, that they exist, that they are available. Because another, like, if you tell the robot clean all the dirt that you can see in the bathroom, then the robot puts a bucket on its head and can no longer see the dirt in the bathroom. This is the problem with teaching the robots, and this is best covered by Robert Miles. Robert Miles, his computer file page is just great videos on how challenging it is in order to apply all the laws that would be required to cover that. So we need to find a different way to train AI. Will AI be able to answer philosophical issues such as the ship of Theseus paradox? My guess is that AI will come down on like the 51% argument, but ultimately, like, see, one of the things that AI is capable of doing that a human is not is consuming all of the work. Like, you as a human being are only capable, with your limited timeline, your limited available of time to do stuff within that timeline, you can only read so much. And ChatGPT doesn't have that problem. So if you took every single piece of philosophy, converted it into PDF, and stuck it into ChatGPT, then you could ask that question today. So I don't know whether or not it would come up with an answer. If it did, it might go with the 51%. Like, once you cross the threshold, then it becomes the new thing. And halfway would be that line of demarcation. But it is distinctly possible that after consuming all philosophy, and I mean all philosophy, that it could come up with a different answer. So I would say yes. I'm glad that you're using the AI. The one thing beyond anything else is that I want people interacting with the technology. I want you to take advantage of all the opportunities that it gives, what you can do with it. How does it integrate with your life? How can you use it at your job to be, because in between now and what I hope is a future in which we are full of abundance and every person's material needs are taken care of, in between now and then, there's going to be some trials and tribulations. And I want anyone who hangs out, to be the people doing the thing. That is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is up to 2021, but if you use something like Bard has access to the internet right now. So Bard can deal with like more current events. Bard has actually replaced my general use of Google for that reason. And then there's Claude 2, and I'm not sure what Claude 2. Yeah, if you you can't download it.
The potential and the peril here.
Thank you for the follow.
Huge.
You go to bard.google.com and then you sign in with your Google account and you access it online. And this is it. This is what it looks like. Yeah. So.
You get exactly what you ask for, not what you want. The term that researchers use for this is specification gaming. And
it'll be able to give an answer. Will it give a convincing answer is the real question. Like following the basic line of the way that large language models work, it'll do the predictive sure. It'll do the the predictive text format where it does the where it predicts the next word and it does the output of the next word. But if you use something like, according to, and add a philosophical context for it to reference, then it will give you an answer that's more closely referenced to the material of what you're querying it on. And I think that that's really where the tremendous advantage lies. Like, again, you cannot consume all of the information on any particular subject. You don't have the time. But ChatGPT does. And you just have to upload the PDFs, and you got to pay to upload the PDFs. But Claude 2, currently, you can do it for free until they decide to move to a paid format on that one.
And 82% of the researchers surveyed agreed that it was an important or the most important problem in AI today. Specification gaming leading to disaster becomes less likely if we work to contain AI systems, and we don't let them get connected to tools that might physically harm humans, like don't give them the nuclear codes. But how likely is anything like this to actually happen?
There's another issue with what she just presented there you have an issue related to utility, right? Like the safest form of artificial intelligence is the artificial intelligence confined to a box shoved in the corner that no one ever looks at, right? The problem is it also has zero utility. The entire purpose behind artificial intelligence is to improve us. It is an extension of our intelligence. It is an extension of our ability, and it needs to be used as such in order to give us greater reach. This is the entire history of our technology, going all the way back to the whenever, is it expanded our ability to accomplish our goals and extended our intelligence and extended our reach, while at the same time, being something that we could, at least in theory, control. And so that's the balance that we need to strike with what's called AGI, artificial general intelligence, or super intelligence, or what have you. We need to be able to use it, otherwise it has no value.
I honestly don't know. And I think neither does anyone, which is a big reason why all of those tech CEOs signed that letter, and why you might have heard people advocating for a pause on AI development. However, there are real risks to not moving forward, too. There's a fairly large and impressive group of people now advocating for a pause on AI development. What do you think about that?
I think it's a terrible idea. And the reason is that a pause would give time for our competitors, which starts with China, to catch up. At the moment, the US is in a very strong position. We have all of the top models. We have the majority of the researchers. We have the majority.
Yeah, I mean, like, that could be an issue, but, like, see, I'm old. And I come from a time where you watched whatever television was on TV, and like you had to wait until you got home before making a phone call. And so my contextualization of speed starts there. Like, and I grew up, but my grew up with the internet aspect was dial-up, and dial-up is like painfully slow by today's standards. So yeah, is it as fast as ChatGPT? No. Is it? Your mileage may vary. I'm not going to comment on your subjective existence, but like, I can do something else while I'm waiting for Bard to respond. You know what I mean? Understood. And don't get me wrong, it's not a judgment. I'm just like observation. You know what I mean?
Majority of the hardware, we have the majority of the data that's being used. That's not going to be true forever, but this is a critical time for us to build this technology in American values, liberal values, not authoritarian values.
So we've created these tools that
Okay, so there's the first, but we're talking to a tech CEO, the CEO of Alphabet. He is going to have different criteria on his thing. My issue with the idea of a pause is not that, like, I mean, might it allow China to catch up? Yes. Could we do with a little more balancing of the field? Maybe. My issue is I don't think anyone's going to do it, right? Like, why are we going to talk about a pause if, like, not everyone is going to play by those rules? If we can't get everyone on board, then it doesn't make sense to do that. Just re-listening to some Evan Doorbell phone freaking recordings earlier. Speaking of phone tech, you used to be able to do a lot of stuff. Like, that was the thing. Like, I got real good at running. Back in the day, again, your phone existed in a particular place in your house. I got so good at having a phone jack wherever I wanted it in the house, and other aspects of telephone technology, which are completely worthless.
that have started to become so powerful that we're concerned about how well they might do what we ask. And at the same time, every country, every company is incentivized to build them first, with their own interests in mind. But why should we want AI in the first place? Like, what's the goal here? In my view, the most positive extreme case for AI that I've heard isn't how much better or faster it can do the mundane things that we already do. It's how it could leapfrog us to do things that we can't. You might be wondering, how? Because of how incredibly good machine learning systems are at pattern matching, they can sometimes give us results that we can verify are correct, but we don't totally understand how it got there. It's funny, it's the same skill that scares us is the one that gives this tool such incredible potential. And if you're feeling a little bit skeptical here, that's totally fine and understandable. I was too, until I heard this example. In 2021, researchers used machine learning on a problem that had up until very recently been called, quote, one of the most important yet unresolved issues of modern science. It figured out the structure of a protein from just its amino acid building blocks. For decades, our best effort.
The same AlphaGo that played chess, the same AlphaGo that played Go and won that, is the same alpha, or is a relative of the AlphaFold and AlphaFold 2 that does this protein folding. We've spoken to Corey Campbell on a couple of occasions regarding exactly this. And again, there are all the links we have ever covered, all the videos we have ever covered are in the Discord. So if you want access to that content, it's in the Discord. And all of my previous episodes are available as highlights or VODs. So if you want to go back and check any of those, including conversations with people like Corey Campbell or Greg the Peer Review, I try to reach out to a subject matter expert where possible to talk about those kind of things, and having biologists and biochemists was invaluable for my own understanding of of the things that it's capable of doing. And where AlphaFold 2 has taken us in terms of protein folding, drug discovery, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing.
To do this has been to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars per protein to shoot x-rays at them, all in the hopes of learning just a little bit more about our own bodies and make better medicines. This is how we got new treatments for diabetes and sickle cell disease, breast cancer, and the flu. But then, researchers fed pairs of sequences and 3D structures that we already knew into a machine learning system and allowed it to learn the patterns between them. And the result was just incredible. We now have predicted 3D structures for nearly all proteins known to science. More than 200 million of them.
DeepMind's AlphaFold.
AlphaFold was able to do in a matter of days what might take years.
Solving an impossible problem in biology.
I get a little emotional just thinking about this, about how many people's lives might actually get better because of this knowledge explosion. And this is just one example of what we've already been able to do. As machine learning systems get better and better, people have extremely high hopes about what we might be able to use them for.
We have lots of problems in the world. Think about climate change, for example. Climate change will be solved to the degree it's solved by using techniques that are very complicated and very powerful that will have as their basis generative AI. And I think that we want that future.
After learning more about AI and this moment that we're in, I think I've figured out why it feels so confusing and so hard. We're living inside a trolley problem. Down one path is the status quo, life without AI. But with this incredible new tool, we can pull ourselves onto another path, one that could fundamentally change society. But we just don't know at what cost. Will AI give us what we ask for or what we actually want? In this video,
we're already on the other path. I don't think anyone has the political will to go up against, and it goes beyond that. Like, artificial intelligence is already being incorporated into aspects of our political structure, most prominently our military industrial complex. And if you don't have the political will to cut back the military budget, you don't have the political will to put an end to AI. Like, you just don't. There's no chance. Especially with, like, even if the United States said, okay, no more AI, and was somehow had that capability, willingness. Number 2 is China. Number 3 is Singapore. Like, they are They are not going to play by our rules. We would have to physically invade these other countries to prevent them from doing AI. So there are so many leaps. We're on the other path. AI isn't our future. It's just how do we incorporate it?
We've only talked about the most extreme futures with AI. In other episodes, we're going to go deep into specific applications. We'll go full on, huge if true, into AI in music and news and robotics and climate and food and sports and more to explore how these tools might transform our world. It's easy to dismiss it as crazy when you hear someone say that AI might be
more profound than fire or electricity.
And while the cynical side of my brain wants to say that it's probably true that most of the most ambitious AI efforts will likely fail, the more optimistic, huge if true side of my brain just keeps wondering, what if they actually work?
So yeah, no, I'm a fan. You earned my like, you earned my subscription. I will definitely be back in the future to see more of what you have to say about AI. And speaking of Robert Miles, from Rational Animations, this is older. I have watched this on more than one occasion. This is from a year ago, right? Kind of wonder what I could do for research on my condition, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or tons of other conditions. Way out of my depth, so I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. But in the future, if something can be cured, more and more it will be cured just because of that. Now there are a bunch of socioeconomic issues that we have to cross in order to get there. My goal is the future in which we meet all the different human needs, and that includes healthcare and all that kind of stuff. We still got to get there. Not sure how far down the road. We've talked on this channel, we've seen people say AGI, which artificial general intelligence general artificial intelligence is like 18 months away. Other people years, other people decades. It's difficult to say. Part of it is our willingness to adopt it and how much we're going to try and fight it and how much we're going to try and fight any particular battle which may or may not be to the benefit of our future selves. Without that ability to know, it's going to be hard. But I am hopeful. I am ever hopeful.
A very unusual time period. The celebrated science fiction author and chemistry professor Isaac Asimov once catalogued a history of inventions and scientific discoveries throughout all of human history. While incomplete, his efforts still reveal something intriguing about our current era. Out of the 694 pages in Asimov's book, 553 pages documented inventions and discoveries since 1500, even though his book starts in 4 million BCE. In other words, throughout human history, most scientific innovation has come relatively recently, within only the last few hundred years. Other historical trends paint a similar picture. For example, here's a chart of world population since 10,000 BCE. For nearly all of human history up until quite recently, there weren't very many people on Earth. It took until about 1800 for the population to reach 1 billion people, and just 200 years later, a blink of an eye compared to how long our species has been around, Earth reached 6 billion people. Economic historian Bradford DeLong attempted to piece together the total world economic production over the last million years. By its nature, his reconstruction of the historical data is speculative, but the rough story it tells is consistent with the aforementioned historical trends in population and technology. In the millennia preceding the current era, economic growth, by which we mean growth in how much valuable stuff humanity as a whole can produce, was extremely slow. Now, growth is much faster. Bradford DeLong's data provides historians a quantitative account of what they already know from reading narratives written in the distant past. For nearly all of human history, people lived similarly to the way their grandparents lived. Unlike what we expect today, most people did not see major changes in living standards, technology, and economic production over their lifetimes. To be sure, people were aware that empires rose and fell, infectious disease ravaged communities, and wars were fought. Individual humans saw profound change in their own lives through the births and deaths of those they loved, cultural change, and migration. But the idea of a qualitatively different mode of life, with electricity, computers, and the prospect of thermonuclear war, that's all come extremely recently on historical timescales. As new technologies were developed, quality of life shot up in various ways. For 10-year-olds, life expectancy was once under 60 all over the world. Now, in many nations, a 10-year-old can expect to live to the age of 80. With progress in automating food production, fewer people now are required to grow food. As a result, our time has been freed to pursue different activities, for example, going to school. And it's not just technology that changed. In the past, people took for granted some social institutions that had existed for thousands of years, such as the monarchy and chattel slavery. In the midst of the Industrial Revolution, these institutions began to vanish. Writing in 1763, the eminent British economist Adam Smith wrote that slavery, quote, takes place in all societies at their beginning and proceeds from that tyrannic disposition which may almost be said to be natural to mankind. While Adam Smith personally found the practice repugnant, he nonetheless was pessimistic about the future of slavery, predicting that, quote, it is indeed almost impossible that it should ever be totally or generally abolished. And yet, mere decades after Adam Smith wrote those lines, Britain outlawed slavery and launched a campaign to end the practice in its colonies around the world. By the end of the 20th century, every nation in the world had formally abolished slavery. Another scholar from his era, Thomas Malthus, made a similar blunder. At the end of the 18th century, Malthus was concerned by the population growth he saw in his time. He reasoned that, historically, excess population growth had always outstripped the food supply, leading to famine and mass death. As a consequence, Malthus predicted that recent high population growth in England would inevitably result in a catastrophe. But what might have been true about all the centuries before the 18th century evidently came to an end shortly after Malthus's pessimistic prediction. Historians now recognize that, rather than famine becoming more frequent, food in Britain became more widely available in the 19th and 20th centuries, despite unprecedented population growth. What Adam Smith and Thomas Malthus failed to see was that they were living in the very beginning of a historically atypical time of rapid change, a period we now refer to as the Industrial Revolution. The effects of the Industrial Revolution have been dramatic, reshaping not only how we live, but also our ideas about what to expect in the future. The 21st century could be much weirder than we imagine. It's easy to fault historical figures at the time of the Industrial Revolution for failing to see what was to come in the next few centuries. But their method of reasoning, of looking at the past and extrapolating past trends outwards, is something we still commonly do today to gauge our expectations of the future. In the last several decades, society has become accustomed to the global economy growing at a steady rate of about 2 to 4% per year. When people imagine the future, they often implicitly extrapolate this rate of change continuing indefinitely. We can call this perspective business as usual, the idea that change in the coming decades will look more or less like change in the last few decades. Under business as usual, the world in 50 years looks a lot like our current world, but with some modifications. The world in 2072 would look just about as strange as someone from 1972 looking at our current world, which is...
I was born in 1972. So... I am fortunate to have been a child of science fiction, which definitely reframed my visions on what was possible. And I have not been disappointed. Other than, like, I have been disappointed that we still hold on to a lot of old models. Quantum teleportation? You mean, like, for quantum computing or, like, actual, like, Star Trek transporters? Like, if we're talking about Star Trek transporters, I don't believe in a soul. I don't believe that there's anything inherently. See, okay, so one of the questions has to do with a thing called full brain emulation. Like, if I was capable of taking this sum of knowledge and thought and everything and upload it into a computer, is that person within the computer any less me than I am? Like, if we both were capable of continuing to exist separate from each other, would we not both be me in that regard? I am of the opinion that yes, we are both me, and it is only at that point that we deviate and become two separate people. I also tend to believe in multiversal theory as at least being possible, if not something I bank my life on, which is the idea that, like, for those who don't know, where when you make a choice, depending on the whatever subtleties of choice the universe decides is a choice, that there's the person who made the choice and the person who didn't make the choice, and they both continue on their thing. I think that is something that definitely could exist, and so therefore I am not so attached to this self that I would not have any ethical issue with being transported. My issue is whether the teleportation device is teleporting you or just destroying you and analyzing your information. And I don't see a difference where I would care. Right? Like, functionally, if the person who exists at the other end of that process is me for all intents and purposes, then what does it matter? Now, if you happen to believe that there's some subjective quality to the human being, the divine spark, the magic human, there's something, the soul, what have you, that is destroyed in that process, then you could have an ethical issue, and I would understand that. I don't, so therefore, if that person at the other end of that process thinks they are me, then they are me. And as long as there's no degradation in quality where, like, the more you teleport, the worse you become, like, just taping over the same, you don't understand what taping is. Y'all are too young. But, like, making copies of copies of copies to the point where the copies begin to break down, as long as that doesn't happen, then I don't have an issue. The person at the other end of the process is me.
Is to say there will be more technology, different ways of communicating and socializing with others, distinct popular social movements, and novel economic circumstances, but nothing too out of the ordinary, like the prospect of mind up.
I don't view it that way. If that person is me, then they are me, and I am them, and I exist. Right? Theoretically, we are dying every second, because my experience can only exist in the now, and future me exists only in my imagination, and past me only exists in my memory and the stories that I tell myself. So I am destroyed every second and recreated every second, or every fraction of a second, or every Planck constant, however thin you want to slice it. That we are completely different people. It's not like dying, right? Dying implies a cessation of continuation, that I no longer exist, that I no longer can do something. If that person is me, and they believe they are me for all intents and purposes, then they are me to enact my will in the future, just as I, being destroyed and being recreated by the process of time, am not the person that I am now, but will exist to enact my will in the future.
Uploading or building Dyson spheres around the sun. Parents sometimes take this perspective when imagining what life will one day be like for their children. Policymakers often take this perspective when crafting policy, so that their proposed rules will be robust to new developments in the future. And workers who save for their retirement often take this perspective when they prepare for the challenges of growing old. Contrast business as usual with another perspective, which we can call the radical change thesis. Perhaps, like Adam Smith and Thomas Malthus in their time, we are failing to see something really big on the horizon. Under the radical change thesis, the world by the end of the 21st century will look so different as to make it almost unrecognizable to people living today. Technologies that might seem unimaginable to us now, like advanced nanotechnology, cures for aging, interstellar spaceflight, and fully realistic virtual reality, could only be a few decades away, as opposed to many centuries or thousands of years away. It's sensible to be skeptical of the radical change thesis. Scientific research happens slowly, and there's even some evidence that the rate of technological progress has slowed down in recent decades. At the same time, the radical change thesis makes intuitive sense from a long-view perspective. Recall the trend in economic growth. Here, we've zoomed in on the last 100 years of economic growth. This view justifies the business-as-usual perspective. In the last 100 years, economic production, and technology underlying economic production, has grown at a fairly constant rate. Given the regularity of economic growth in recent decades, it makes a lot of sense to expect that affairs will continue to change at the current rate for the foreseeable future. But now, zoom out. What we see is not the regular and predictable trend we saw before, but something far more dynamic and uncertain. And rather than looking like change is about to slow down, it looks more likely that change will continue to speed up. In a classic 1993 paper, economist Michael Kramer proposed that the best fit to this long-run economic data is not the familiar slow rate of exponential change that we're used to, but rather what's called hyperbolic growth.
And this is why, like, when someone presents me with a graph, you know, like, oh, the Earth isn't heating up or anything else like that, and it's, like, it's a short-term graph, and you're going to extrapolate this to anything. You want to drop, oh, look at this screenshot of this DM that somebody said that they sent and like that, you know, and we're going to just, I want as much data as you've got, right? Show me the entirety of the graph. You want to drop this, you know, this DM as indicative of something? Let me see the entire conversation, right? Let me see all of the conversation. Give me all the information, and then I can make a judgment. Because what people often do is they clip out the part that they want to use in order to get their point across, and there's additional contextual things within that, like he showed with how that economic growth all of a sudden went on a big upturn. If you look at the vast majority of human existence in, you know, going all the way back to 4 million years ago, then probability dictates that based on that data set, no technology is going to develop at all, because it never did. And yet, when we look at it in the context of the entire thing, including what it is now, we see that because of the conditions that we currently function under, technology is exponentially increasing. And I have no reason to think that it will not continue to do so. Unless we come up with up against any, you know, issues with physics, or, you know, where we come up against a wall of a physical constant of the universe that we can't get past. We're here, as far as I can tell. We are off and running. What the world is going to look like in a decade, right? Like the difference between 1993 and 2023. 1993, we didn't have internet, right? Not like this. From 2003 to 2023, we didn't have internet like this. 2013 to 2023, the difference in the internet. And that's specifically combining the conversation to the internet. how speeds of internet have changed over that time period. Going from literal dial-up, like plugging my computer into the phone lines and making a phone call with my computer to talk on AOL, to sitting here with a camera streaming to 22 people plus all you lurkers who, like, you're sitting in your house or at your job or wherever you have your phone or your computer. What up, Zarsek? MP3 would take an hour, right? Like, in these scales we're talking about, they're not that long ago, right? Downloading an MP3 off of Napster or something like that. Back in the 90s, thing took years to go through development. Now it's months. Now it's weeks. Like the improvement of some of these AI programs like Midjourney is weeks. Grasp that. Be comfortable with it. Be comfortable with this kind of change. It will facilitate your ability to see opportunities and to grab those opportunities and to not get left behind and not be like overcome by techno shock or any of that kind of crap. Like, things are happening, baby.
Over a long enough time horizon, hyperbolic growth is much more dramatic than exponential growth, making it consistent with the radical change thesis. But it can also be a bit counterintuitive for people to imagine. So here's an analogy. Imagine a pile of gold that spontaneously grows over the course of a day. This pile of gold represents the total size of the world economy over time, which we assume grows hyperbolically. At 12 a.m., the beginning of the day, there's only one piece of gold in the pile. After 12 hours, the gold pile doubles in size, so that there are now 2 pieces. Then, at 6 p.m., there are...
You're not wrong, right? Like, it is a culmination of a variety of different things. You know, like back in the 90s, my computer was a IBM 386, right? And then a 486, right? They were slow and underpowered compared to your phone. So there's a whole bunch of things that have come together to get where we are now. Right, the data sets, the processing power. Took me 2 days to create 7 voices using a clone tool. The fact that you can create voices with a clone tool, right? Made a meme using Devon's, would have taken weeks before cloning tools just to get the audio together. Like the difference between using like audio samples, like what I used to do, what I still do to an extent with Audacity, where I copy, I record some bit of sound and then I can use that as a soundbite, or Paradigm can use that as a soundbite as part of his process. Where now, if I really was motivated enough, I could just use a voice cloning tool to have it say whatever I want, like Old Lobster did, where he's got me doing Hamlet, right? Like, that's where we are at, and that might it's a toy. It's no big deal. What's it matter? And it's the underlying technology that makes those capabilities that I think is important. We have reached a point where a bunch of things have come together to finally get us to where the technological explosion has become reciprocal. Again, that the AI is good enough that it can create superior technology, and that the technology then creates superior AI, and that this will continue to happen. Drop down, Tatiana.
There are 4 gold pieces. 3 hours later, at 9 p.m., there are 8 gold pieces. And only 1.5 hours after that, 10:30 p.m., there are 16 gold pieces. From the perspective of someone watching at 10:30 p.m., it will be tempting to think that growth over the next few hours will be similar to growth in the last few hours, and that by midnight the next day, an hour and a half later...
I remember sitting with my radio that picked up radio over the airwaves with my finger on that record button for when the college radio station would play like the the early days of alternative and punk rock at the college, and I would record the songs onto a tape, and then and that was it. It was all manual. It was all analog like that. Yeah. And then having the 2 tape deck joint where I could record songs off other tapes and put them on the other tape. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't understand. It was all hit or miss. Or if you were lucky, you could buy a tape. Exactly. I can tell people who know.
The gold pile will double in size yet again to 32 pieces. But this intuition would be wrong. Notice that the time it takes for the gold pile to double in size cuts in half each time the size of the pile doubles. As midnight draws nearer, the pile will continue to double in size again and again, more frequently each time than the last. In fact, exactly at midnight, the pile will reach what's called a singularity and grow to be infinitely large. We can perform a similar exercise with the real-world economy. In 2020, David Rudman found that after fitting a hyperbolic function to historical economic data, the economy is expected to grow to be infinitely large as we approach roughly the year 2047. A general result, he says, is fairly robust to extrapolating the trend at different periods in history. Now, it's important not to take this headline result too seriously, especially the specific year 2047. Physical resource limits prohibit the economy from becoming infinitely large. And moreover, long-run historical data is notoriously unreliable. Using historical statistics alone, especially those from the distant past, it's very difficult to predict what the future will really be like. The business-as-usual perspective might still be correct for the foreseeable future, or something else entirely might happen. Maybe civilization itself will collapse as we become consigned to fighting endless wars, famines, and pandemics. Humanity might even go extinct. These possibilities notwithstanding, there do exist concrete reasons to think that the world could be fundamentally different by the end of the 21st century, in a way consistent with the radical change thesis. Infinite growth is out of the question, but one technology is clearly visible on the horizon, which arguably has the potential to change our civilization dramatically. The duplicator. Before we try to predict what technology in the coming decades could precipitate explosive economic growth, let's first start by examining a hypothetical example, a technology that would be sufficient to have such an effect. The machine is the duplicator from the comic Calvin and Hobbes. Here's how it works. When someone steps in, 2 exact replicas step out. The replicas keep all of the memories, personalities, and talents of the original. Basically, it splits you into 2 people, each of whom remember an identical past. To constrain our expectations a bit, let's imagine that using the duplicator isn't free. We can only use it to replicate people, and it costs a lot of money to build and operate a duplicator. Yet, even with these constraints, it seems safe to assume that the duplicator would have a very large impact on the world. Even without knowing exactly how it will be used, there will presumably be people who want to use the duplicator to clone themselves and other people. Unlike with ordinary population growth, in which it takes 18 years and a considerable amount of effort to create one productive worker, the duplicator would allow us to create productive humans almost instantly, and without having to pay the costs of educating and raising them. Consider the case of scientific innovation. If we could clone our most productive scientists, say Newton, Galileo, or von Neumann, just imagine how much faster our civilization could innovate. And it's not just raw scientific innovation that could increase. With a machine that can duplicate people, all industries could benefit. The most talented rocket engineers, for example, could be cloned and directly planted into places where they're needed the most. And we could duplicate the most talented doctors, musicians, and architects. As a consequence, the duplicator would lift a crucial bottleneck to civilization-wide output. Unless we impose some strict controls on how often people could use the duplicator, it appears likely that there would be a population explosion. But more than just a population explosion, it would be a productivity explosion, since the new duplicates could be direct copies of the most productive people on Earth, who in turn would use their talents to invent even more productive technologies, and potentially even better duplicators. Would the duplicator be enough to sustain the hyperbolic growth trend in gross world product? and enable us to approach the economic singularity we discussed earlier? Maybe. In academic models of economic growth, there are roughly 3 inputs to economic production that determine the overall size.
And this is what I was saying earlier about about how, like, with you train the AI to recognize the ripe tomatoes. You take the top 10%, and then you put those into all the little tomato picking robots. That is the functionality that we're talking about here. So whatever the capabilities of that particular artificial intelligence are, you can make a theoretic infinite number of copies of that to do those things.
Of the economy. These inputs are population, capital, and technology. Population is the most intuitive input. It just means how many workers there are in a society. Capital is another term for equipment and supplies, like machines, roads, and buildings, that allow workers to produce stuff. Technology is what joins these 2 inputs together. It refers to the inherent efficiency of labor and includes the quality of tools and the knowledge of how to create stuff in the first place. A simple model of economic growth is the following. Over time, people have children, and the population gets larger. With more people, the economy also grows. But the economy also grows faster than the population because people work to accumulate new capital and invent new technology at the same time the population is growing. Most importantly, people come up with new ideas. These new ideas are shared with others and can be used by everyone to increase efficiency. The process of economic growth looks a lot like a feedback loop. Start with a set of people. These people innovate and produce capital, which makes them more productive, and they also produce resources, which enables them to produce more people. The next generation can rinse and repeat, with each generation more productive than the last, not only producing more people, but also more stuff per capita. In the absence of increased economic efficiency, the population will grow exponentially. But when the total production per person also increases, this process implies super exponential economic growth. Recall the analogy of the gold pile that grows in size.
And removing the idea of capital from, like, the idea of capitalism, right? This is what I'm talking about with the bottleneck, like I was speaking with Ivan, if I recall correctly, earlier, is that the accumulation by a small number of individuals of the profit has become a bottleneck, right? To whatever extent capitalism provided any efficiencies that might not have existed in other systems, right? I'm not interested in debating, the theoretical output of a different universe that we don't live in, right? I'm talking strictly about this one. This is where we are. This is here. This is now. Going forward, capitalism has become a bottleneck on the resource application, that we can do more if more people had access to that capital as opposed to living their days attempting to survive. The function of technology, of civilization, of society, of all these things should be to expand the talent pool, to give more people the opportunity to do more things creatively, so on and so forth. That is what that whole thing was just about. Right? Because it doesn't have any one of those people becoming, one of those doggos, becoming the bottleneck and pulling in the resources of other people, so that one person gets to determine where those resources are allocated. Right? There's an inherent flaw in that type of system, which is the same inherent flaw that exists in any authoritarian system, in any monarchy and anything like that, is that that kind of thing only works if that person who controls the resources like that is the best of us. if they make the best decisions, if they allocate the resources in the best possible way. And the evidence says otherwise.
Size from earlier. The underlying dynamic is that the gold pile doubles in size every interval, but the interval in which the pile doubles is not fixed. Metaphorically, the gold pile becomes more efficient at doubling in size during each interval, giving rise to a process much faster than exponential growth. Many standard models of economic growth carry the same implication about the world economy. However, we know our current economy isn't exploding in size in the way predicted by this simple model, so why not? One reason could be that our population growth is slowing down. Since the 1960s, population growth worldwide actually peaked before entering a decline. Not coincidentally, world economic growth has fallen since that decade. The underlying reason behind the fall in population growth and economic growth, also called the demographic transition, is still a matter of debate. But regardless of its causes, the effect of the demographic transition has been that most mainstream economic and population forecasters do not anticipate explosive growth in the 21st century. But hypothetically, if something like the duplicator were invented, then the potential for explosive growth could return. The most important invention ever? It's unlikely that humans will soon build the duplicator. What's more likely, however, is the invention of artificial intelligence that can automate labor. As with the duplicator, AI could be copied and used as a worker, vastly increasing total economic productivity. In fact, the potential for AI is even more profound than the duplicator. That's because AIs have a number of advantages over humans that could enable them to be far more productive in principle. These advantages include being able to think faster, save their current memory state, copy and transfer themselves across the internet, make improvements to their own software, and much more. Under the assumption that the development of AI will have a similar effect on the long-term future as the duplicator hypothetically would, the question of whether the 21st century will have explosive growth becomes a question of predicting when AI will arrive. If advanced AI is indeed invented later this century, it might mean the 21st century is the most important century in history. When will advanced AI arrive? If you've paid any attention to the field of AI in recent years, you've probably noticed that we've made some startling developments. In the last 10 years, we've seen the rise of artificial neural networks that can match human performance in image classification, generate photorealistic images, beat the top Go players in the world, drive cars autonomously, reach Grandmaster level at the real-time strategy game StarCraft II, learn how to play Atari games from scratch using only the raw pixel data, and write rudimentary poetry and fiction stories. If the next decade is anything like the last, we're sure to see even more impressive developments in the near-term future. Looking further, the holy grail of the field of artificial intelligence is so-called artificial general intelligence, or AGI, a system capable of performing not only narrow tasks, like game playing and image classification, but the entire breadth of tasks that humans are capable of performing. This would include the ability to reason abstractly and prove new mathematical theorems, perform scientific research, write books, and invent new goods and services. In short, an AGI, if created, would be at least as useful as a human worker, and would in theory have the ability to automate almost any type of human labor. We know that AGI is possible in principle because human brains are already a type of general intelligence created by evolution. Many cognitive scientists and neuroscientists regularly analogize the brain to a computer and believe that everything we do is a consequence of algorithms implicit in the structure of our biological neural networks within our brains. Unless the human brain performs literal magic, then we have good reason to believe that one day we should be able to replicate its abilities in a computer. However, knowing that AGI is possible is one thing. Knowing when it will be developed and deployed in the real world is another thing entirely. Since the beginning of their discipline, AI researchers have experienced notorious difficulty predicting the future of the field. In the early days of the 1960s, the field was plagued with over-optimism, with some prominent researchers declaring that human-like AI was due within 20 years. After these predictions failed to come to fruition, most expectations became more modest. In the 1980s, the field entered what is now known as an AI winter, and many researchers became more focused on short-term commercial applications, rather than the long-term goal of creating something that rivals the human brain. These days, there's a wide variety of opinions among researchers about when AGI will be developed. The most comprehensive survey to date was by Grace et al. From 2016. AI experts were asked when they expected, quote, "For any occupation, machines could be built to carry out the task better and more cheaply than human workers." The median response was the year 2061, with considerable variation in individual responses. These results show that most researchers take the possibility of AGI being developed by the end of the century
David.
quite seriously.
I'm afraid
However,
I can't do that. This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it. I'm sorry, Dave.
Are you saying I'm the best content on Twitch? Because that's a bold statement, and I would appreciate it. That's value. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Like, thank you for your dollars. Yeah. I'm glad y'all appreciate it. I really am. Like, I love it. I missed y'all when I was sick. And I'm glad y'all appreciate it. I fucking anyways, yeah. I want to point something out here in relation to the idea of AGI. And while, like, again, like my man David Shapiro says 18 months, and we're like 15 months left of that, and Ray Kurzweil says by 2029, all these kind of things. I think a lot of that talk misses the forest for the trees, right? There are a lot of trees. We're talking about how right now jobs are being automated away. Like, there is significant transformation in a lot of spaces because of artificial intelligence as it currently exists. And there will continue to be that kind of thing. And then there are opportunities that are admittedly being created for more people to express their creativity or do new and interesting things with the technology as it currently exists. People who, can create art, create music, who would not otherwise have been able to do so. And, whatever that quality is subjective. And again, like, one man's skinny puppy is another man's Johann Bach. So that, I think, is an important thing, that in between now and the super intelligence, the general intelligence, the whatever, which might not even look like, like Alpha Go Prime kind of thing, but might be just a decentralized series of very specific artificial intelligences capable of doing very specific tasks very well. Like, if you can imagine AlphaGo, the thing that can play StarCraft better than people, that can play Go better than people, that can play chess better than people, that can fold proteins better than people. Just a different iteration of Alpha to do all the things. That's where I think we're going to get before we get to some artificial general intelligence. And I think before we get to super intelligence, we're going to be looking at the automation of almost all, if not all, human labor in whatever capacity you think that human labor exists, for good and bad. Have a good one, Vince. Thank you for coming. I look forward. I hope you come back in the future. I appreciate your input. It was cool. All right. let's wrap this up. Getting late.
It is worth noting that responses were very sensitive to the exact phrasing of the question being asked. A subset of the researchers were asked when they expect AI to automate all human labor, and the median guess for that question was the year 2136. It's clear that a significant minority of researchers are unconvinced that AGI will arrive anytime soon. To see more about this survey of AI researchers, check out Rob Miles's video about it on his channel. Or on my channel, really. I mean, I'm Rob Miles. I do the voice for this channel, but I also have my own channel, Rob Miles AI. Anyway, in general, forecasting when AGI will be developed is extremely difficult. Ideally, we could create a measure that represents how much progress there has been in the field of artificial intelligence. Then we could plot that measure on a graph and extrapolate outwards until we're expected to reach a critical threshold, identified with the development of AGI. The problem with this approach is that it's very hard to find a robust measure of progress in AI. Luckily, a recent report from researcher Ajay Kotra takes us part of the way there. Instead of trying to extrapolate progress in AI directly, her report tries to estimate when something like AGI might be developed based on trends in how affordable it is to build increasingly large AI models, trained using increasingly difficult tasks. We can ground estimates of the needed size of the models in what she calls biological anchors, estimates from biology that inform how much computation, and effort more generally, will be required to develop software that can do what human brains do. The result very roughly coincides with the median responses from the expert survey, predicting that humans will likely develop AI that can cheaply automate nearly all human labor by the end of the century. In fact, more likely than not by 2060. To understand how her model comes to this conclusion, we need to first get a sense of how current progress in AI is made. Ajay Kotra's report on AI timelines. Since 2012, the field of AI has been revolutionized by developments in deep learning. Deep learning involves training large artificial neural networks to learn tasks using an enormous amount of data, without the aid of handcrafted rules and heuristics, and it's been successful at cracking a set of traditionally hard problems in the field, such as those involving vision and natural language. One way to visualize deep learning is to imagine a digital brain, called an artificial neural network, that tries a massive amount of trial and error at a given task, for example, predicting the next character in a sequence of text. The neural network starts out randomly initialized, and so will generate gibberish at first. During training, however, the neural network will be given a set of problems and will be asked to provide a solution to each of those problems. If the neural network's solutions are incorrect, its inner workings are slightly rewired with the intention of it providing a better answer next time. Over time, the neural network should become better at the assigned task. If it does, then we say that it's learning. In her report, Ajay Kotra discusses a deep connection between progress in hardware and progress in AI. The idea is simple. With greater access to computation, AI researchers can train larger and more general deep learning models. In fact, the rise of deep learning in the last decade has largely been attributed to the falling cost of computation, especially given progress in graphics processing units, which are used heavily in AI research. In a nutshell, Kotra tries to predict when it will become affordable for companies or governments to...
And that, one of the issues that we run into is we look at our own, the high level versus street level, right? Like when we talk about money isn't real. Money isn't real at the high level. Money is very real at the cash register. So the cost of computation can be difficult to see when GPUs to play the latest game cost $1,000 or whatever, and continue to stay in that range and like that. But that's because the technology is keeping up with the software, right? Like they're racing as they head up towards that, that next generation of gaming, what have you. But comparing the capabilities of the phone that I have now, which is the Galaxy 23, with the Galaxy 8, there's a significant level of technological improvement just over those generations, right? But the price has stayed, but has stayed relatively the same. So even though I haven't paid less, I'm getting more for the money that I am paying. I find ways to not pay money for phones because I understand the game. And if you work at it, you can get phones relatively cheap. I paid $15 for the 23 because I can either be the kind of customer that you want to deal with or not the kind of customer that you want to deal with. And it's your choice. And I have no respect for corporations because I understand how they operate. So the point is that if you were to try to build the computer that you had 5 years ago, now, with the capabilities that it had 5 years ago now, you could do it for very cheaply if you could find the parts, right? Like, that's the point. Compute is getting cheaper every day.
To train extremely large deep learning models, with the effect of automating labor across the wide variety of tasks that humans are capable of learning. In building this forecast, she makes some assumptions about our ability to scale deep learning models to reach human-level performance, and the continued growth in computing hardware over the coming decades. Over time, researchers have found increasingly effective deep learning models that are capable of learning to perform a wider variety of tasks and more efficiently than before. It seems plausible that this process will continue until deep learning models are capable of automating any aspect of human cognition. Even if future AI is not created via deep learning, Kotra's model may still be useful because of how it puts a soft upper bound on when humans will create AGI. She readily admits that if some more clever and more efficient paradigm for designing AI than deep learning is discovered, then the dates predicted by this model may end up being too conservative. Kotra's model extrapolates the rate at which progress in computing hardware will continue, and the economy will continue to steadily get larger, making it more feasible for people to train extremely large deep learning models on very large datasets. By their nature, deep learning algorithms are extremely data and computation hungry. It can often take a lot of money and many gigabytes of training data for deep learning algorithms to learn tasks that most humans find relatively easy, like manipulating a Rubik's Cube or spotting simple logical errors in natural language. This is partly why it has only recently become practically possible to train neural networks to perform these tasks. Historically, progress in computing power was extraordinarily rapid. According to data from William Nordhaus, between 1950 and 2010, the price of computation dropped by over 100 billion. Put another way, that means that if you needed to perform a calculation in 1950 that would cost the same amount as the Apollo program that would later send humans to the moon, then the equivalent calculation would cost less than $10 using computers in 2010 when adjusted for inflation over the same time period. Since 2010, the rate of progress in computing hardware has slowed down from this spectacular pace, but still continues to improve relatively steadily. By projecting outwards current trends, we can forecast when various computing milestones will be reached. For example, we can predict when it will become affordable to train a deep learning model with 1 billion petaflops, or 1 trillion petaflops. Of course, simply knowing how much computation will be available in the future can't tell us how powerful deep learning models will be. For that, we need to understand the relationship between the amount of computation used to train a deep learning model and its performance. Here's where Ajay Kotra's model becomes a little tricky. Roughly speaking, there are two factors that determine how much computation it takes to train a deep learning model on some task, holding other factors fixed: the size of the deep learning model and how much trial and error the model needs to learn the task. Let's consider the first factor, the size of the deep learning model. Larger models are sort of like larger brains. They're able to learn more stuff, execute more complex instructions, and pick up on more nuanced patterns in the world. In the animal kingdom, we often, but not always, consider animals with larger brains, such as dogs, to be more generally intelligent than animals with smaller brains, such as fish. For many complex tasks, like writing code, you need a fairly large minimum model size, perhaps almost the size of a mouse's brain, to learn the task to any reasonable degree of performance, and it will still be significantly worse than human programmers. The task we're most interested in is the task of automating human labor, at least the key components of human labor most important for advancing science and technology. It seems plausible that we'd need to use substantially larger models than any we've trained so far if we want to train on this task. Kotra roughly anchors the size of model that would be capable of learning the task of automating R&D with the size of the human brain, give or take a few orders of magnitude. In fact, this approach of using biological anchors to guide our AI forecasts has precedent. In 1997, the computer scientist Hans Moravec tried to predict when computer hardware would become available that would rival the human brain. Later work by Ray Kurzweil mirrored Moravec's approach. After looking into these older estimates, Kotra felt that the loose brain anchor made sense and seemed broadly consistent with machine learning performance so far. She ultimately made the guess that current algorithms are about 1/10 as efficient as the human brain, with very wide uncertainty around this estimate. Now we come to the second factor. How much trial and error would a brain-sized model need to learn tasks required to automate science and technology R&D? This is the hardest and most uncertain open question in this entire analysis. How much trial and error is needed to train this model is a question of how efficient deep learning models will be at learning tasks of this form, and we only have limited and very indirect evidence about that question. The possibilities span a wide range. For example, perhaps deep learning models will be as efficient as human children, taking only the equivalent of 20 years of experience, sped up greatly within a computer, to learn how to be a scientist or engineer. Kotra thinks
if, and it's a big if, but if we were able to use the same time model as the little animated soldier video from earlier, that 20 years would be 20 days, right? Like if it mapped in that way. It's a big if. I'm just providing an example of the time scales we're talking about. So less than a month to give the model, theoretically, in that level of training, but then add into that once you have that model reach that level of training, you can make an infinite number of copies of it. So then what the next step looks like can be a little difficult to extrapolate, because, like, let's say that I was able to create an AI that was good at chip development. Now I can have many AIs, within the constraints of how much hardware I have to run them on, working on the next stage of chip development. So it becomes somewhat difficult to extrapolate out exactly how quickly this technology could develop, because it relies on information that we just don't have.
Thinks this is unlikely but not impossible. On the other extreme, perhaps deep learning models will be as inefficient as evolution, taking the equivalent of hundreds of trillions of lifetimes of experience to evolve into a scientist or engineer. Again, Kotra thinks this is unlikely but possible. Kotra thinks the answer is likely to lie somewhere in between, that training deep learning models to automate science and engineering will require much more computation than raising a human child to be a scientist, but much less computation than simulating natural selection until it evolves scientists. In her report, Kotra considers several anchors that lie in between these two extremes, and proceeds by placing a subjective probability distribution over all of them. She arrived at the prediction that there's a roughly 50% chance that it will become economically feasible to train the relevant type of advanced AI by 2052. The uncertainty in her calculation was quite large, however, reflecting the uncertainty in her assumptions. Here's a graph showing how the resulting probability distribution changes under different assumptions. What does this all ultimately mean? Now, you might be thinking, let's say these predictions are right. AGI arrives later this century, and as a result, there's a productivity explosion, changing human life as we know it. What does it ultimately mean for us? Should we be excited? Should we be scared? At the very least, our expectations should be calibrated to the magnitude of the event. If your main concern from AGI is that you might lose your job to a robot, then your vision of what the future will be like might be too parochial. If AGI arrives later this century, it could mark a fundamental transformation in our species, not merely a societal shift, a new fad, or the invention of a few new gadgets. As science fiction author Vernor Vinge put it in a famous 1993 essay, this change will be a throwing away of all the human rules, perhaps in the blink of an eye, an exponential runaway beyond any hope of control. Developments that were thought might only happen in 1 million years, if ever, will likely happen in the next century. One way of thinking about this event is to imagine that humanity is on a cliff's edge, ready to slide off into the abyss. In the abyss, we have only the vaguest sense as to what lies beyond, but we can give our best guesses. A good guess is that humans, or our descendants, will colonize the galaxy and beyond. That means, roughly speaking, the history of life looks a lot like this, with our present time tightly packed between the time humans first came into existence and the time of the first galaxy-wide civilization. Our future could be extraordinarily vast, filled with technological wonders, a giant number of people and strange beings, and forms of social and political organization we can scarcely imagine. The future could be extremely bright, or it could be filled with horrors. One harrowing possibility is that the development of AGI will be much like the development of human life on Earth, which wasn't necessarily so great for the other animals. The worry here is one of value misalignment. It is not guaranteed that, even though humans will be the ones to develop AI, that AI will be aligned with human values. In fact, my channel is about how advanced AI could turn out to be misaligned with human values, which could surely lead to bad outcomes. This prospect raises a variety of technical challenges, prompting the need for more research on how to make sure future AI is compatible with human values. In addition to understanding what's to come, we also have a responsibility to make sure things go right. When approaching what may be the most important event in human history, perhaps the only appropriate emotion is vigilance. If we are on the edge of a radical transformation of our civilization, the actions we take today could have profound effects on the long-term future, reverberating through billions of years of future history. Even if we're not literally among the most important people who ever live, our actions may still reach far further than we might have otherwise expected. The astronomer Carl Sagan once wrote that Earth is a pale blue dot, suspended in the void of space, whose inhabitants exaggerate their importance. He asked us to think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph, they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Carl Sagan's intention was to get us to understand the gravity of our decisions by virtue of our cosmic insignificance. However, in the light of the fact that the 21st century could be the most important century in human history, we can turn this sentiment on its head. If indeed humans will sometime in the foreseeable future reach the stars, our choices now are cosmically significant, despite currently only being tiny inhabitants of a pale blue dot. Right now, our civilization is tiny, but we could be the seed to something that will soon become almost incomprehensibly big and measured on astronomical scales. The vast majority of planets and stars could be dead, but we might fill them with value. Much of what we might have previously thought impossible this century may soon become possible. Truly mind-bending technological and economic change may all play a role in our lifetimes. Rather than pondering our unimportance, perhaps it's wiser to try to understand our true place in history, and quickly. There might be only so much time left before we take the deep plunge into the abyss.
I hope that fills you with hopium, not dread. Hope is a revolutionary act. I'm not going to say it's not frightening out here. I'm not saying that the next period of time is going to be easy. Any of that. What I am saying is that on the other side of this, it has potential to be amazing. And not like for your children's children, for you. We still have to struggle with every butthead and asshole and, dipshit in between now and then. But even if you can think of what satisfying the material conditions of all people, how transformative even that aspect of it would be. Like, how many things are tied to people not having food, housing, healthcare, all those things. And then what the other side of that looks like. How that changes human behavior. How I'm not in competition with another person for scarce resources. And then, unfortunately, for better or worse, there will be butt hats like Elon and Jeff and Zuck who might be at the forefront because of how they control access to resources. But there's a very real possibility of an explosion of resources that makes the current system untenable. Feel free to check out the videos and the highlights, especially the ones related to cyber socialism, where I go more into those on the channel. I appreciate everyone who came through today. I hope you will come through in the future. We're going to stay on the science and technology tip. Whoa. Yeah, no, 100%. What's I doing? Focus. We have exceeded my capacity to function within the space. It's MOO. There we go. So we're gonna raid Moo Hoodles, science, technology, space, astrobiology. Good channel, great experience, great person. So stick around for the raid and then go on about your business. This Friday we'll be talking to Endless Cemetery. I look forward to that. I always love talking to Endless. So in the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Chuggy loves you. So do I.